everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and today we are grading Joe Biden. There's no sugarcoating it. Joe Biden is not overwhelmingly popular right now. The latest 538 average puts his approval rating at around 42% and disapproval around 53%. Now, you'd expect your average Fox News viewer, Trump voter, to be mad at him and blame him for all the world's troubles. But you don't get to 42% without losing some of your own people who voted for you. And when you've got a president who's down in the low 40s, that obviously spells trouble for that president's party in the midterms. So today we're going to hear from a mix of Democrats and swing voters. The swing voters, as always, they voted for Trump in 2016, but didn't vote for Trump in 2020. They either voted for Biden or went third party. And we asked them how they're feeling about Biden and the direction of the country more generally. My guest today is Robert Gibbs, President Obama's first White House press secretary and co-host of one of my favorite political podcasts, Hacks on Tap. Robert, thanks so much for being here. It's a real treat for me.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to do this. Always a good excuse to watch focus groups.
Yeah, how was it watching those focus groups?
Well, I will say you got great feedback and very talkative for Zoom focus groups. Lots of interaction, which isn't always the case.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about us doing focus groups is people who listen to this podcast know, or other Bulwark fare, we just do them all the time. It has become such an embedded part of everything we do. And so we've gotten okay at them. So listen, your old boss, President Obama, he occasionally had some stretches of bad polls. And I wonder, just to level set the conversation, what is it like when you feel like you're doing your absolute best and the American people just giving you any love? What's that like?
Yeah, so I think, when the polls are like this, it feels a little bit like you're running in mud. It feels like a bad campaign. It feels like you can't do anything right. It feels like everything is a bit of bad luck. It just doesn't feel good. And I think it makes everybody try a little bit harder. And sometimes that works. And sometimes that just adds to feeling like you're running in mud.
So just to prepare you, we've got a lot of tough medicine for Biden coming from voters in these focus groups, especially the swing voters. And I got to say, it's not that hard to see why Biden is underwater when you listen to the voters. I know some people have been trotting out the dreaded malaise to describe how voters are feeling, but I don't quite think that's it. I think I would use the word precarious. Like, people are just on edge and worried that things could fall apart at any minute. Runaway inflation, World War III, nuclear war, a new COVID variant. You could sort of see why people feel wobbly. We always ask at the beginning kind of a level setting questions like, how do you think things are going in the country? And let's listen to a bunch of these answers.
Well, they're definitely better than they were under Trump. They're better than they were a couple of years ago. I've got some real serious concerns about the future. I don't think our country is going in the right direction.
It's kind of stable, more stable than it has been, and that's nice. But I still think there's a lot of issues that are falling through the cracks.
I feel like we are really headed in a bad direction, and I'm not going to necessarily blame Joe Biden for that. I think things are just not going great. I think we could be doing a lot more.
I think we're in a shitstorm. I don't think really anybody's handled anything well. I think part of that's because everyone's hard-headed.
I feel more insecure at this time in my life than I ever have.
I'm really waiting on tenterhooks to see what happens with the student loan reform / potential cancellation, or at least delays, hopefully, in repayments. Obviously, top of mind is concerns in Ukraine with Russia. But the other thing would be the concerns over the housing market and rising interest rates. I think we're in a neutral, could go either way really quickly. So I've kind of got a wait and see attitude about a lot of stuff right now.
I would agree. I'm neutral, but definitely downtrending.
That is a lot of bad news. That is like a lot of people who feel, again, I'm going to go back to this word precarious, but let's unpack what we just heard. So Republicans have really been hammering Biden with the word weak. And I wonder if that isn't a particularly devastating frame for him when people are looking for someone to lead them through what feels like a state of constant crisis and anxiety. What do you think when you hear this?
Well, I think a few things. One, I do think this is a question that gets everybody's angst up, right? Democrats and Republicans sort of not feeling like things are going in the right direction. But I do think you heard it in a lot of folks' answers. There's anxiousness, trepidation, worry, concern. And so, I think there's just a lot of anxiety about what the future will hold, what it brings. And it's sort of hard to blame them given what they're watching in the news, the price at the pump, inflation, and things like that.
It's interesting. You ask them like, how are things going in the country? And you get a lot of, for some reason, people don't default to like the rosier picture. I mean, the last, I don't know, year of the Trump administration, the number one thing we heard when we would say, how do you think things are going? Is people would be like, oh, it's a shit show. Am I allowed to swear? It's a shit show. That's what they would always say. But I do think part of the problem is that it's like been going on for a long time. Like people feel exhausted, and like you get a little bit of good news, like COVID maybe pulling back, and then you're just like waiting for everything to fall apart.
Right. To that point, just when you think you make progress, then a war breaks out in Europe, and then someone talks about nuclear weapons, and then gas prices continue to go up. And I do think there's a sort of snowball effect, a compounding impact of all of these problems. And a lot of the group you heard, some felt stable, but some felt like it was getting worse. And so that trajectory is worrisome. To your point on weakness, I do think, and you heard this both from Democrats and swing voters, and that is wanting to see and feel more strength from Joe Biden. That wasn't a surprise to me. I think people on the Democratic side want to see him fighting for their priorities. In the middle, want to see just a bit more forcefulness, whether it's dealing with foreign policy or other things.
That's true. There was a point at which we asked for advice for Joe Biden from the Democrats, and the advice was uniformly sort of be tougher. And I can see him being caught in this, the difference between people kind of wanting him to be the sympathizer in chief, the unity guy, but then also people wanting him to be much tougher and like going on offense and beating up Republicans. And there's a tension there. But inflation is obviously like it has totally replaced COVID in the focus groups as the number one issue that people care about, regardless of political party. So let's hear some of what they're saying about inflation.
We haven't had this kind of inflation in a long time. It's hitting everybody. It's like an extra tax.
I have a diesel car, and the cost of diesel is like $5.50 a gallon. So I'm not going anywhere unless I absolutely have to at this point.
The inflation is something that is really hitting hard right now. And I don't understand. Nothing seems to be as straightforward as it seems. You think that because of Russia, the oil prices are going up, and I don't really feel that that's true,
That was swing voters. Now let's listen to Dems.
When people talk about inflation, that's another thing that so many people are experiencing in different ways. The CPI is a single statistic that is applied to 365 million people, and it's a basket of goods. So, if someone eats a lot of red meat and drives a lot, then they might really be feeling inflation, whereas if someone is retired in Nebraska and doesn't drive very much, then they have a very different perspective on inflation. And I think that just represents just how different everyone's experience is and like maybe why we're so divided.
You can't deny that our employment numbers are good. Our GDP is good. COVID is certainly better than it was. But yes, we have inflation and gas increases. But if you understand why, then you can at least say, but it is what it is. So we'll get out of it like we always do.
I think the reason that people are tanking the ratings is really they see this big sign 10 feet tall and they pass it and the number keeps going up every day, every time they have to fill up for gas. When they go to the store and, chicken or whatever is almost double the price. Those things scare people. You can't even get a new car if you wanted one. Good luck. You're on a waiting list and it's going to be priced above MSRP, which is crazy.
So here's what I think is interesting about juxtaposing the swing voters with the Democrats in those sound bites. So the Democrats tend to be a bit more analytical about inflation than the swing voters. They don't really blame Biden for it, but they do understand it's a problem, both real and political. And so what do you do about an issue like inflation when you know it's a meteor of political death kind of issue?
Great question. So let me first of all point out, you found two people in the world. I didn't have this on my bingo card, either MSRP or CPI, Consumer Price Index. When I heard that, I almost dropped my pen. I was taking notes and I was like, wow. If I'm in the White House, one of the things that I would be pushing for more often is for Biden to be out there talking about prices and talking about things to reduce prices, right? So whether it's releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try to bring down gas prices, or the House vote a week or so ago to cap drug prices on insulin. Voters need to hear more from the president and from the administration on what they're trying to do to bring those prices down. Like you, I was struck that there's not universal blame by any means for Biden. They understand he inherited a lot of problems. He's dealing with this now. The challenge for obviously Biden in the White House is come November, they'll be held responsible for it not having gotten better, even if they don't blame him for the original cause. And again, that's why I think flooding the zone with events, comments, speeches, interviews around reducing prices.
Yeah, look, I want to get through a couple of these other clips, but then I want to dig in with you because this communications thing, like this is why I really wanted to have you on, because I think this is the ball game. The point that you just made, look, the Democrats are going to give him the benefit of the doubt to some degree. They're not going to blame him. But like at the end of the day, so much of this is really about like what people are hearing. And we heard a lot of that in the focus groups. But before we jump to the meat of it, this division point. So someone in an earlier clip mentioned people being divided, and people talk about this all the time, regardless of political party. I gotta tell you, voters are super funny. They will like lament how divided we are just before they talk about what a commie fascist asshole like their political opponent is. But they worry about it. It sounds like it's a contributing factor to this sense of fear and precariousness in both groups because they're like, oh man, things could pop off at any moment, get violent. And so Joe Biden, ran on American unity, but let's listen to how voters feel about the polarization right now.
Politics is a pretty heated topic, obviously, but, I feel like it's becoming more and more divisive. And if you don't see like almost eye to eye with someone, the tensions immediately like just go right off the roof. So if you try to talk about it with people,
I think we have huge things we have to solve, but we're being distracted by this, tribalism. People are just going in their respective corners and would rather just point the finger and fight about it than actually solve anything. It's kind of discouraging. And yet I kind of feel the need to protect my guy.
So I feel like the country is very divided, like the very extremes. You're either this way or you're this way. And I feel like nothing can get done. And I can't remember in a very long time when I felt like the country's been so extremely divided that they won't give in either way.
Nobody wants to play together anymore. It's a scary time, very scary, sad time. And be interesting in the history books how the pandemic and all this play out in 20, 30 years. How did we have to have a winner? Did we have to have a loser? I don't know.
Our elected officials are on both sides or on any side are just, I don't know if I can swear on here, but they're just pieces of shit, right? Like they don't want to work together. They have no interest in, coming together, united in a cause, reaching across the aisle. I mean, that's a problem. Then that permeates everything else, right? Like, oh, Biden's president now, I don't want to work with him at all. Same thing that the Democrats did with Trump. He's an a-hole, but does he have some good ideas? It doesn't matter. He's an a-hole. We don't want to work with him. So I think elected officials is the main part of the problem.
So obviously uniting the country was a big part of Biden's pitch.
Right.
Do you think there's more he could be doing on that front? And it's a pretty interesting comms question. This is what we were talking about before. Should Biden be going negative on Trump and showing strength and going after the Trumpy GOP? Or should he be leaning harder into the, healing of the fractured America?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. I think the challenge, and you hear it in the voices of those participants, is they're bemoaning a lack of progress. They're bemoaning a lack of working together, the divisiveness. I think in many ways, and certainly some of them understand we're in a 50-50 Senate, which makes that change all the more difficult. I think when we combine thinking through how to be a little stronger, my guess and my hunch is that voters more want to see Biden be stronger. And that may mean taking on the Republicans a little bit more. not in a gratuitous way, but I think just a little bit more forcefully around making some progress. Because I think the challenge for Biden is the lack of progress hurts him. The lack of progress doesn't necessarily hurt Republicans that are out of power. And so I think there's a governing strategy. You saw this in the beginning of the Obama administration. You're seeing it now, which is if nothing happens, we're happy to go to the polls in November and play that out if you're a Republican strategist. If you're a Democratic strategist, you want to go to the polls having played out some amount of progress. And if that's being prevented, by definition, Republicans are going to feel better because of it. So I think we're getting to that point, particularly because we're getting to that part of the election season where the White House is going to have to contrast more with what Republicans in this case aren't doing if they're going to, I think, get a second look from voters.
Can I push you on this point a little bit, though? Because, I think to some degree, sometimes I think about Biden and I'm like, you know what, Biden, man, you already did the job. You knocked out Donald Trump, and that's really all you had to do. But then, they set the bar so high.
Oh, sure.
They had the barest of majorities, and I feel like they did this to themselves to some degree. He should have leaned into how narrow his majority was, how difficult it was going to be to get anything done. And instead, they put forward, all these big, laundry list voting rights bill and Build Back Better. And now everybody's like, well, they didn't get anything done. Right. And if they had just said, boy, we'd be super lucky if we got one bipartisan infrastructure bill passed, they'd just be in a much better situation right now. But maybe I'm being uncharitable. I don't know.
Voters are less focused on what the score was or even what the score is in terms of the makeup of the Senate. They just expect in a world in which Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House that they're going to get things done. That list of expectations is enormous. This is where I think communications comes in. The White House has to level set in the reality and talk to people about the reality of whether or not it's really possible to get a lot of these things done. Voting rights is a great example. I mean, they made a big push on that with the speech in Georgia and then the vote in the Senate, which quite frankly was doomed to fail from the very beginning. It didn't lessen the expectations on the Democratic side that something would happen. And then when it doesn't, there's disappointment. And look, this is the frustrating thing and the challenging thing about governing, but I don't think, to your point, they've done themselves a ton of favors thinking, oh, with 50-50, we can get all of these things done. That was always going to be very difficult.
Yeah, actually, just one last thing on this, just because it comes up all the time in the focus groups. And somebody mentioned it in one of the earlier clips, which is the student loan forgiveness.
Yep.
Just on one measure, that one, especially among young people, when I talk to Dem groups, nothing comes up more than that. Sure. Are you surprised they haven't moved on kind of a couple discrete things? They've tried to do these big omnibus things, but it feels like if they kind of went on legislative offense on a couple popular things, and I don't know, people seem to expect Biden can just do this by executive order, which I'm not sure if that's true or not, right. But is there a couple things you think they could do going into the midterms that would help?
Yeah. I mean, I look, if I was them, I'd pick a fight on a few of these things, right? So you're not going to get a $3.5 trillion piece of legislation. Get into a fight about a larger prescription drug pricing bill, right? Run the vote on that. Barnstorm a little bit. And look, we should understand and have people understand that the news environment's different than it really has ever been. And it's not easy to drive a message that everybody's going to hear without hundreds of millions of dollars advertising or with a war going on. But I do think getting into a few discrete, smaller fights would be helpful. It would be impactful. It would show, I think, the type of fighting contrast that people expect. Because look, even as he ran as a uniting candidate, he still ran as a contrast to both Donald Trump and to what Republicans were offering. And so I don't think they'd penalize him if he were to do that. I don't think he has to pick between being a Democrat and being a uniter. I think it's about picking the battles that are most important to voters. Right now, that's inflation. Get into a fight about some of these things. Get into a fight about the cost of childcare. I think Democrats, we did this a bit with healthcare in 2009 and 2010. It gets put into something big. It's not easy to explain or understand. and the process gets covered rather than the substance. And I don't know that there's a lot of people that can tell you what's in Build Back Better or what was in that. But I'd sure pick a few of the things that are most popular and get into a fight about them.
Boy, do I agree with that. All right. Now, look, when it comes to Democratic focus groups, right? We're doing Democrats, we're doing swing voters. The Democrats are much more likely to cut Biden some slack and chalk up the environment to a mess he inherited when he came into office or conditions that are beyond his control. Here's a sample.
I believe Biden inherited just a lot of problems in the country that were not necessarily his fault, but he's getting the brunt of the blame for.
Democrats are like herding cats, so it's hard for him to keep focus with us. And I think we pull him in all these different ways.
You know, inflation, a lot of that's caused by the pandemic. Gasoline prices, the president doesn't have any power over that.
Based on what he came into when he began his term and where we are now with everything that's happened, I've been very pleased with his decision making.
So those are Democrats kind of saying, hey, look, man, he's got a hard job. This is tough for him. But you know what? The Democrats that are a lock for him, they're not going to decide who wins in 2024. It is these swing voters who voted for Trump in 2016, came across the aisle in 2020 and said, I got to stop the insanity, so I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. He is acceptable. But listen to how they talk about where they put some of the blame.
President Biden's, maybe some of his leadership's been questionable on what he's been doing, what he can get accomplished. He has the House and the Senate tied, so he's got inside track there a little bit, but he can't seem to get his things passed that he wants to, even with some big compromises. I just think that things would be running a little bit smoother in the administrative way of the government, since he's been kind of like a career politician most of his life, knows the ropes.
I think the career politicians that are in Congress are just running it, and he's just a mouthpiece. I mean, I think the presidency for a long time has been like that to some extent, but he is really just a warm body in the seat, and everybody else is doing everything.
I feel like some of it is, it's like the Wizard of Oz, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Like he's just there, and there are other people pulling the strings and doing everything, and he's just the figurehead.
Here's that word again. This comes through in all the focus groups, especially with these swing voters who they voted for him, but now they're like, he's kind of weak. He's a puppet. He's being controlled by the far left. And I do wonder if this perception of weakness is why he hasn't gotten more of a rally around the flag bump. And the thing about the weakness is people talk about his age a lot in the focus groups. There's just this man, he doesn't have his fastball, his finger of the pulse. And sometimes I just feel like we got to have real talk where it's yeah, he's an old guy. Can he be strong in these moments? It's a tough lift for a guy who's in 78 years old.
Maybe even more so really though than age is I think he's a creature of the Senate. And I think the Senate is about talking and compromise. And I think one of the things that voters in these groups and in other groups that I've seen, they want to see some fight. They want to see some strength. They want to see some forcefulness. I'm struck by the fact that maybe the most memorable speech he gave, the most forceful speech he gave was a couple weeks ago in Warsaw. And, the administration walked part of that back moments after it was done. So I do think voters are looking for the president to lead. I think the voters are looking for a display of strength. And I think it's something that it's mentioned not just by swing voters, it's mentioned by Democrats. Obviously, they want to see a slightly different strength argument or strength demonstration. But I do think a strong president is defined by strength. And I think right now he's not defined by that.
What do you make, though, of the specific thing, why he's not getting more of a rally around the flag bump? He's done a very steady job with Ukraine, and it feels like he should be getting higher marks, and he's not.
It's a great question. I think a lot of it is just the general polarization that we live in. I feel like we're so conditioned to thinking that in reality, the political world is 50-50. And I think it's just hard to break out of 50-50 in a lot of ways. And it's half a world away. I don't know that it's as top of mind for many people. They see and feel the ramifications of it in gas and grocery prices. So I think it cross pressures a lot of voters as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, let's get into your wheelhouse, communications. Because the one thing that both groups of these voters agree on, and we've been seeing this in focus groups for months, is the messaging from the White House. And really, the whole administration is just not working. And maybe it's because we got used to a president who tried to and did dominate the news cycle. But voters tell us all the time that they simply do not hear enough from Biden or from Kamala Harris. And when they do communicate, so people have this sense that things don't seem transparent. And in this kind of conspiracy-minded world we live in, that seems to wig people out a little bit. Let's listen to the swing voters first.
I'd like to see more communication, to know what's going on more behind the scenes, not just on the polished briefings. So, having more of a mouthpiece that actually gets heard.
When Trump was president, he was always on Twitter, always on YouTube. And I feel like as soon as that got cut off, whether it be a good thing or bad thing, the way he was behaving, the fact that he was able to communicate to all of us his ideas, I feel like was something helpful. And I feel since the new administration has taken on, there hasn't been a lot of transparency, and that's leaving me to feel unsecure and not wanting to move forward, if that makes sense.
So that's swing voters, but it's the Democrats have even tougher words on this. Listen to this.
He needs to be more clear with how he's presenting information, and I think that will really help.
Sometimes I get disappointed in him not standing behind some stuff. At first I actually really liked his statement of saying this man shouldn't be in power, and then everybody backtracking as soon as he got pushback. That was something I really admired about and thought was funny about him when he was with Obama, is he kind of would always slip up and just say what was on his mind.
But I think he can do more limited, targeted messaging himself. And I really feel like the White House has to get their act together and not send out mixed messages, which has been happening.
He's the explainer in chief. And I think as Democrats, our messaging is lousy. And the fact that we may lose the midterms and who we're running against, it's almost inconceivable. How are we losing to these guys?
Robert, as a former Republican who is really concerned about the state of the Republican Party and thinks that they've completely lost their minds, I also would like to reiterate that question from that man. It's how can you be losing to these guys? Yeah. And part of that is I just hear it all the time from focus groups. They just don't feel like they see Biden, hear Biden, feel like he's leading, got his hand on the wheel. So the value of strong, visible communications.
Right.
Why don't we hear more from Biden? What is the strategy here? Are they trying to hide him? What's going on?
Well, I think, I don't think this has ever truly been Biden's strong suit, right? And I'm not surprised that people want to hear more, right? I think the cadence of messaging, you hear it in these focus groups, and I hear it from both voters and friends. They want to see Biden out there more. Unlike that one swing voter who wanted Trump back on Twitter, which that I don't hear a lot about. But to some degree, I think they do expect this idea. And I remember, President Obama used to say, I don't expect everybody to agree with me, but if they hear me talk about a decision, at least they'll understand why. And so I think we need to see an increased cadence of communication. We need to see more statements. We need to see more of the president, more interviews. Again, I think the challenge is they just have never been Biden's strong suit. And I think part of the challenge then is figuring out, if not Biden, then more of who, right? And you heard it in the groups. They don't feel or hear it or see it from the vice president. Nobody else gets mentioned. But I do think, and I think it plays into a lot of these arguments, whether it's strength, whether it's expectations. I just think not being on the field is hurting the White House.
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad you brought this up about everybody else. I just think this is such a key point. It is unfair to expect this all from Biden. Yes, I understand people want to hear more from Biden, but it could be anybody. There could be all kinds of people that they deputize to please go carry these messages. I come from the Republican communications world, and the idea of creating your own echo chamber is sort of a central thesis around how you communicate. And Democrats, as somebody who's recently started rooting for you guys, I'm just sometimes like, what is the comm strategy here? Like, where are all the other people? Where's the bench? Because it feels like there should be a surrogate army trying to push a particular narrative. It shouldn't all be on Biden.
No, it absolutely shouldn't be. And you know, President Obama used to say that to us too. I can't be the only person out here. Look, in fairness to Biden and to Obama then, Democrats have never been particularly good at the echo chamber. Republicans, far, far better. I remember back in 2009, 2010, I mean, you know, we were battling MSNBC not being lifted by MSNBC, particularly in a way that Republicans get an assist from Fox. So I don't think our surrogate bench has ever been particularly well developed. And then in an era now where the expectation is higher, and I think, quite frankly, so too are the amount of avenues. I talked about the news ecosystem changing. You know, there is the ability now through digital communications to provide, hey, I don't have to watch the whole State of the Union. I can just watch a clip. I can just watch a clip of this speech. I can just see a blurb here. I definitely think that it's something that the White House has got to do more to figure out, whether it is lifting the vice president, whether it's lifting members of the cabinet up. You know, I wonder, you know, on Ukraine, should there be some person that we think of as more of the face of the American effort in Ukraine if it's not the president? And so I think it's a big, big thing for them and, you know, high up on a to-do list going forward.
Well, it's not all bad news. I do think, you know, if you ask people do like Biden. I mean, let's listen to them talk about what they think his strengths are.
The one thing that I like about President Biden, and I liked about him when he was Vice President Biden, is his humanism. He's rational. He's tried to include everyone and, you know, isn't belittling people along the party lines, kind of like Trump had. He's authentic and endearing to me. And I believe that he truly cares about our country.
He brings the human element to his role as a leader for the country. He includes people. He's more positive than negative.
I like that Joe Biden he's a centrist. He tries to pull people together. He's like a peacemaker.
He's a gentleman. And I appreciate the fact that he's a gentleman and he's statesmanlike. And it's what you want. He looks like a president. It's what you want. Unfortunately, he's in a world that isn't like that. It's really a shame.
I guess this is the thing that I find maybe just a little befuddling is that people think he's like a great guy, you know? Like I do wonder, like we just said, it shouldn't all be on Biden, but it feels like if he was out there more just kind of doing his Joe Biden thing of, you know, hey man, I feel your pain and I'm with you, that would be a real asset because people like him as a human.
Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt that, you know, humanity and empathy are the essence of who Joe Biden is. And I don't, you know, when I say get out there in communications, it doesn't have to be 30-minute deep foreign policy speeches. I think, you know, a little bit of letting Joe be Joe is a good thing. I think seeing that passion, and I think what will also come through is some of that strength. You know, I was struck by, as you mentioned, and I think this is where in those groups, when those former Trump 2016 voters are asked if they want to go back to Trump, nobody said yes. And to me, I think that's where you see this come through, this humanity and empathy. They understand that they may not have the perfect person in Joe Biden as president right now, but they have enough that they like that they don't want to go back. And I think that will be important as we go forward.
Well, let's talk about that going forward, because you are 100% right. I don't think I do swing voters constantly, these Trump to Biden voters, and I'm not sure I've ever had somebody say they regretted their vote. Maybe it's happened, because usually at least there's an outlier, but like mostly people are like, nope, I'm fine. I'm fine with what I did. I'm mad at Biden about XYZ, but I did no more Trump. But that, of course, begs the question about 2024, where there's a part of me that thinks 2023 is going to be one of the most interesting years in our political lifetime, which is weird because it's an off year. But It is when we are going to figure out whether we literally rerun the 2020 election with two septuagenarians. I mean, two just very old men who've already done it before, and like we just rerun that whole thing, or the whole thing breaks wide open and Joe Biden doesn't run again and Trump doesn't run again. You've got two parties kind of trying to figure out who the next generation of them is going to be. But one of the interesting things in the focus groups, and this was in this one, you ask them, hey, do you want to see Joe Biden run again? And people say no. They're like, no, he's too old. You don't want him to run again. But then you ask Democrats especially, okay, well, if not Joe Biden, who would you like to see run? And they just stare at you. And I guess this is what I mean about the surrogates too, is like, where are all the other people that you could get used to be like, who might make a good president? That person.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you are struck a bit by that. And look, I think part of that is when a party controls the White House, it is hard to see and showcase a lot of others who would be president. So that was a little interesting to watch. They did certainly have concerns about age. And that part also, again, kind of interesting. Look, I think if you think about the Republicans, you've got to almost, if you're a Republican, hope Donald Trump doesn't run again. Because if he does, it's hard for me to see how he's not the nominee. And if he is the nominee, watching these focus groups leads me to think it's going to be hard for him to get elected president again, because the people that flip their vote, nobody's looking to go back. They may not, as you said, be in love with Joe Biden. They may not even really know who the next Democratic candidate will be, but they have made up their mind on Donald Trump, and that's not likely to change. So I agree. 2023 will be fascinating to see what happens, what decision Joe Biden makes, how they use Kamala Harris in the next 2 years. How do they raise her profile? Whether or not he's running for re-election or not, I think will be all a set of fascinating off-year questions in a way that most of the time you don't watch an incumbent president have to deal with.
Yeah, it's interesting, this thing about they're not going back to Trump. That's true. If you reran it again, although, the turnout made such a big difference. I wonder how it would go. I'm not sure that Donald Trump couldn't win a general election again, fair and square against Biden right at this moment. I'm fighting with a lot of Republicans right now. There's a lot of my friends in sort of the never again Trump world who have a magnifying glass out looking for all this evidence of Trump's grip slipping on the party. And I don't think that evidence is there.
No.
I think it's more wish casting than anything else.
Undoubtedly.
Don't you think that Trump, A, wants to run again, and B, controls the Republican Party, and he'd win absolutely if he ran?
I don't see any evidence that he wouldn't be the nominee if he ran. If I was betting whether he'd be reelected president, I would bet no. But I don't see who's going to beat him for the nomination. I don't see that the nominating process would do anything but help Donald Trump. And, all these people will say, well, we could get somebody who has sort of the beliefs and the passion of Donald Trump without the packaging of Donald Trump. The challenge that I always say to Republicans is, walk me through how somebody's a better Donald Trump than Donald Trump. Because I watched it at the end of 2016 in the nominating race when Marco Rubio tried to be Donald Trump, or tried to be better than Donald Trump at being Donald Trump. And he wasn't particularly good at it. And Ted Cruz was actually quite awful at it. Yeah, maybe he's not going to win a few races in which he's endorsing in. That's the same was true for Barack Obama. I don't see that the grip is any less strong than it was a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Well, this is where Trump influence question gets really interesting. Because the answer to your question is who's going to be a better Trump than Trump? Kind of Ron DeSantis. And the focus groups, right along with the polling, all say the exact same thing. If you ask people in the focus groups, if you say to Republicans, hey, Trump's not going to run, who do you want to see run? They all say DeSantis first, but they also say Kristi Noem, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Tim Scott. Not a lot of Mike Pence fans, or not too many Nikki Haley's, but occasionally you get them. No Rubios, no Chris Christie's. And when people say that they don't want Trump to run again, it's not very often because they don't like him. It's actually because they just don't think he can win, or that he is also too old. and they're just worried too many people hate him. And so then they kind of default to the DeSantis model. But DeSantis he's a compromise in which the Overton window has moved 1,000 steps Trumpward, where like the establishment can like, I guess, stomach it because they all seem to want him. Like that's what they think is a good idea for the next step. But there's no doubt that Ron DeSantis is just totally encompassed the whole yelling at the media, being all grievance, all culture war all the time. So like that's the one guy who's kind of doing Trump light.
Yeah, I agree. I think for him to be the nominee, it would take, to me, Trump not running. Because again, I don't think Ron DeSantis is going to out-Trump Donald Trump.
Yeah. Let me ask you just one last question, though. That's interesting in light of listening to all these swing voters who are just pretty frustrated with Biden. I saw an opportunity in 2020 for Dems to kind of cement the political realignment that seems to be happening where, they're kind of trading white working class voters, union voters who are culturally more MAGA for these college educated suburban voters who probably voted for Romney and McCain, but either voted for Hillary Clinton or took a flyer on Trump and then were like, absolutely not, never again. And that group of voters, like they hate Trump, they hate the party getting more Trump-y, they voted for Biden. And like you could have seen the Democrats kind of owning them from here on out. But I'm worried that in 2022, those are the backsliders because of COVID, because of inflation, because of frustrations with Biden, that they kind of come back and vote for Republicans. What do you think of that? Like what audience of voters should the White House be courting going into 2022?
I think what you said is got to keep the political office and most of the rest of the offices in the White House up sleepless at night, because I worry those voters could backslide because they just feel like they haven't seen enough progress, or just as bad, they just don't participate. They decide they're not going to vote. I was heartened a bit watching the Democrats in these focus groups. Yeah, they gave Biden pretty strong grades. And I felt like the Democrats in the group were still going to be enthusiastic enough in this election. Whether or not there's enough of them, there's a natural drop-off in off-year voting. And so the question is, can you figure out a way not to have that drop-off? I think that's going to be extraordinarily difficult. So to worry about both the base and that group of swing voters, look, that's why if you were betting right now, and if you had been for the last few months, you'd bet that Republicans are going to have a pretty good night in November and take over the House.
The one thing that I'll say that, there's a real opportunity for Democrats is I'm not sure if you've looked across this field of Republican candidates just yet, but they're putting up some real interesting folks in a bunch of these races. And they are people who are basically running on platforms that say the election was stolen, and they are sort of anti-vax. I mean, they are outside of the mainstream for a lot of these swing voters. And so for me, it's interesting to hear the swing voters. They're down on Biden, but I do think the question is can you get them to vote for a Carrie Lake? Can you get them to vote for a Herschel Walker, Eric Greitens, or a Josh Mandel? Like these are, it depends on how the field shapes up, but candidates do matter, and Republicans are not sending us their best, as they say.
Yeah, it's why I mentioned the House, but not the Senate yet in terms of favoring Republicans.
Yes.
Because I think there's a lot of these statewide races where both the nominees and the campaigns they run are going to really matter. 2010 and 2012 showed at least several states Republicans should have won statewide races that didn't because they had bad candidates, right? Harry Reid might have lost in 2010. Claire McCaskill might have lost in 2012 were it not for really bad Republican candidates that were at a step in a year, particularly in 2010 when Democrats weren't all that popular. And so I think the nominees in a lot of these statewide races and the campaigns that both Republicans and Democrats run are going to be hugely important to the outcome. I think there's very little about a statewide race that's predetermined right now.
Well, when these primaries come around the corner, maybe you can come back and talk to us as we get in, because we'll certainly be talking to undecided voters.
I'm happy to come back and watch more swing voters talk about CPI.
Well, Robert Gibbs, thanks so much for being here. And thank you for listening to the Focus Group podcast. Make sure to go give us a rating on iTunes and tell all your friends about it. Thanks. We'll see you next time. welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson was recently confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Getting a justice confirmed, particularly the first Black woman on the court, seems on paper to be a big win for the Biden presidency, especially when the soon-to-be Justice Jackson has better favorability ratings than any of her new colleagues at the time of their confirmations, according to a YouGov poll taken during her confirmation hearing. But Jackson was confirmed on a nearly party line vote. I believe there were 3 Republicans, a sign of the polarizing times we live in. Today, we're going to hear vastly different perspectives on this from voters across the political spectrum. My guest today is Dr. Ted Johnson. We're keeping it in the Bulwark family. He's a writer for the Bulwark and the director of the Fellows Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. He has also focused on the role that race plays in American politics and has recently written about Judge Jackson's identity and patriotism in the Bulwark. Welcome, Ted. It's great to have you here.
What is happening? I am thrilled to be here.
I'm so excited that you're here to talk about this. I got to tell you, my producers had to talk me into doing this show. And the reason was not because I didn't want to have a complicated conversation about race. It was because I've been doing these focus groups during the Supreme Court hearings, the nomination, everything, and people do not talk about the Supreme Court. Right. They do not care about the Supreme Court. They have not been thinking about the Supreme Court. And so I was just like, there's not going to be that much tape to work with. But it turns out, what my producers convinced me of is they pulled all the clips from multiple groups that we did, MAGA voters, swing voters, Democrats, and they were able to convince me that there was really interesting stuff for us to talk about. I know you just told me you watched the clips twice because you're a Navy guy who over prepares.
Yeah, for sure.
Tell me what it was like watching all those focus group clips twice.
It felt like I was watching a summary of cable news coverage of the confirmation. It was like I was just hearing the pundits talk about as they assess the day of events. So in that respect, it was a little disheartening because it was a parroting of the talking points already out there. But I was heartened that people were engaged. My sense of it was that beyond the Black community, that a lot of people weren't paying that much attention to this confirmation hearing. In the same way, I don't think a lot of people paid a lot of attention to Amy Coney Barrett. Kavanaugh was different because of how explosive it was. But these tend to be things that people like us think lots about and talk lots about, while the rest of America is thinking about gas prices and what does milk cost. So the fact that so many folks on both sides of the aisle had opinions and that they were tuned in, I took that as a positive, even if the way they had tuned in was just more disheartening.
Yeah, when you say that it was like the cable news, if what you mean is that so much of what was coming back to us from all the groups was just a reflection of the media that they consumed, the bites that they had about it, because I think that's exactly 100% right. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, oh, this is Joy Reid talking, or, oh, this is Tucker Carlson talking.
Mm-hmm. I think that reflects what we heard. But let's take them group by group. And we're going to start with the Democrats, because the Democrats were excited about Judge Jackson's confirmation. Maybe not as excited as they've been around other polarizing issues, but they were happy about it. Let's listen to the Democrats.
She's probably the most qualified Supreme Court nominee we've ever had. She's overqualified for the position. The fact that anyone is questioning her credentials is absolutely insane.
She's bringing an educated perspective, and watching somebody with a home ec degree grill her was just embarrassing.
She's obviously in a position where she's accumulated a incredible background of legal experience and acumen and is more than well suited for the job.
Not only is she smart, but she's sharp. She's refined. I mean, she seems like a decent person, and I thought back to the Kavanaugh hearings, and it's like, this guy is going to be on the Supreme Court. He's losing it. He can't answer questions without, just coming across as just a frat boy.
They do like her, but what I kind of hear in their voices is almost more of an annoyance at the way Republicans are treating her. When you watch the Democrats, did you identify with them, or what did you think about the way Dems talked about her?
Yeah, it felt very familiar. Talking about her qualifications, talking about her grace under fire, talking about her disposition and love of country and the Constitution. It was almost like answers that were rebuttals to conservatives' view of her before, they said anything. It was like, I know you're going to say because Biden said he was going to choose a black woman that she's not qualified. So let me tell you, she's overqualified. There's probably this angry black woman trope that's going around, or that maybe the confirmation hearing folks will try to draw that out of her. Look at her grace under fire.
Yeah. Just listen, though, how our swing voters that put Biden over the top in 2020 feel about Joe Biden saying that he would nominate a black woman.
So you're telling me there's no other candidate out there besides a black female who is qualified to be nominated for the Supreme Court? It doesn't make sense. So he discriminated against everyone else.
I think it was setting the stage for a fight because it was I'm going to nominate a black female. Doesn't matter who's the most qualified.
Right.
She probably does have enough qualifications. I just wish presidents wouldn't telegraph who they think you're going to nominate ahead of time, or a certain race or a group or whatever. They should just kind of keep that among their administration.
So this, to me, it's not about her per se. Right. It's about Biden saying up front that he was going to nominate a black woman, right? That is what they object to. And frankly, there are lots of people at the Bulwark who argued that too. And so it's not a crazy thing to say, why did he have to say that up front? What do you think about that? Because that is the framing in which they're criticizing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 quick points on this. First is that in doing so, it directly counters the American narrative that meritocracy is the rule of the day. And we all know that this is not the kind of meritocratic society that we talk about. We know there's all kinds of nepotisms and other favoritisms that roll into hirings and all kinds of decisions. So we know it's not a meritocracy, but we would like to believe that it is. And so by saying you're choosing someone from a particular demographic, you undercut the value of a meritocratic selection process. So I get that. The second part is more political strategy. And look, this is what I do. I study like how black people think about the world around them and how that thinking affects their voting. And let me tell you, Biden did not have to make this commitment in order to win black voters in the Democratic primary or to get black voters to show up to the polls in the primary. So it was like wasted capital. It was an unnecessary statement that actually didn't get him anything. And so I don't know if this was like off the cuff or if this is something that his pollsters were telling him, hey, you should really lean into this because it's going to make sure black voters show up for you. That wasn't the thing. Clyburn, Kamala Harris meant more to Biden's victory than the statement during the primary that he'd select a black woman. I would have preferred, and hindsight is 2020, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking here, but I would have preferred he just sort of said, in the NFL, they have this thing called the Rooney Rule, where every time there's a head coaching vacancy, the teams have to agree to interview at least one minority candidate. They don't have to hire him, just interview him. And I would have loved Biden to say the Biden rule will be for every vacancy I have on the Supreme Court, every position I have to fill in the cabinet or whatever, I'm going to ensure that I interview people of color, women, etc., and leave it there. And so whoever he ends up choosing feels less like an affirmative action hire or a racial quota fulfillment and more like a rigorous selection process.
Yeah. So that's really interesting because, it's funny, the Monday morning quarterbacking, because I remember when he made this statement and I was kind of like, I don't know, that sounds like something a Democrat would say to me. I don't know. And I just kind of let it wash over me and I didn't think that hard about it until there was this kind of active debate about it. And I was nominally on the side of people who said he shouldn't have come out and said this because the thing you said first about people wanting to I would like to believe in a meritocracy. I would like to believe America's a meritocracy. I think that merit is important, the idea. And the thing is, it's bad for the nominee. Right. And you hear this, there's more of these quotes, but it definitely set the stage for people to be like, well, was that the best pick? Was that the most qualified person? Because instead, he just said, we're going to be, taking it from this very narrow group of people. And actually, I hadn't quite thought about your point about he didn't need to do that, because I guess there's this part of me in my analysis that I was like, well, he's got to make sure as the more moderate candidate that the Democratic voting base, and not even black voters, it's actually about progressive, probably more like white progressives, feeling like he was going to be sufficiently on their side about the kinds of people he was putting in. But you're just totally right that he didn't need to do it.
And
all it did was sort of cast a little doubt on her, which is unfair to her. I did love the quote from the woman in the first group of Democrats being like, she is overqualified. And I'm like, can you be overqualified for the highest court in the land? I'm not sure you can be overqualified, but like, I think everybody sort of agrees that she is qualified. But
she's too rich to be a billionaire.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make sense.
I get it. You think she is qualified. Okay. But here's the thing, though, on this point. The Democrats in the focus groups understood, like even they weren't happy that Biden said it because they agreed with him. They thought it was a good idea, but they knew how it would be perceived by detractors. Listen to them.
I think his messaging could have probably been more, I'm going to put the most well-rounded and most qualified person up. And then, yeah, you find someone like that he probably already had in his back pocket and knew he was going to put up there and say, like, look, it's not a black or woman or white or man thing. You strip all of those qualifiers off the front of them and then present their background, their CV of experience. It's like, yeah, this person is totally qualified for this, overly qualified.
I'm happy he did it, but I think it was about the messaging. The messaging could have definitely gone a certain way where you get brownie points for it instead of it coming across as like a culture war type thing.
I think he should just, I'm going to get the most qualified person. And then what you do is you leak it from other sources and say, it's probably going to be a black woman. But he should never say that because it came across a little too politicky, like a vote grab. So again, that's going back to my whole messaging thing. We got to be better at this than we are. It gave the other side some ammunition to say, even though they've done the same thing, it just gave them some ammunition to say, oh, it's all about race.
God, I love our focus groups when they do amateur political analysis. Like, they're just like, nope, they have strategies. She should have leaked it. It's great stuff. But, I mean, I think that the Democrats agree with you. And I do think everybody's a little bit hindsight on this, where I think once he picked her and she was so composed during a bunch of, like, very stupid questions and was quite – and you wrote about this – had this wonderful way of talking about her American experience. I think that there was this sense from people being like, oh, you should have just let her stand on her own merits.
Yeah, for sure. And look, the asterisk that people are putting on her name now because Biden said he was going to bring in a black woman, that asterisk was always going to be there. Maybe not as delineated as it is now, but it was always going to be there. I spent 2 decades in the military, and I distinctly remember on 2 occasions, one after promotion to commander, one after being selected as a White House fellow officers asking me, one saying the promotion was because of affirmative action, and the other asking me, was my being black, did that play into my being selected as a White House fellow under the first black president? So the asterisks follow us, period. So if that's the case, then why bolden it? Why highlight it by making a statement like that up front? She was always going to have a bit of a hill to climb. And 2 other quick things to sort of just hammer this point home. One, Biden just nominated a woman to lead the Coast Guard. First time ever, a woman will lead a armed service. No fanfare. He didn't say, when I'm president, I'm going to make sure a woman leads our armed forces. He just did it. And no one's talking about whether this woman is qualified or not, because she is. But now that quota language is absent the conversation. The other thing happening is Biden is presently naming the most diverse set of judges across the country of any president in our history, including Barack Obama. He's named more black women to the bench in his year and a half, or less than year and a half, than Barack Obama did in his 8 years. No one's talking about it because he didn't lead with, and I'm going to make sure not just the Supreme Court has black women, but that benches across the country are filled with black people. He's just doing it. And it's not that they're unqualified, but the stigma that has followed this confirmation process isn't attached to these other nominations because he didn't signal it. He didn't lead with it. And much of the nation is just too busy with their own lives to pay attention.
Okay, before we get to other clips, actually, let's dig in on this because I'm curious what you think. So what's the right thing to do in a world that is now kind of obsessed by our identities and where diversity is a big part of cultures on the left and the reaction to diversity is a big part of cultures on the right? Is the right thing to do just to have it be a criteria that you hold, but to not be a thing that you talk about. Because I actually think Americans would be, there's a lot of people who are like, we got to have a conversation about race. And maybe we do, or maybe we don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're not better off by like doing things that affirm the American experiment toward a more diverse and equal society without talking about it that much. I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
So there's the political strategy, which would suggest the more you talk about race, the more you're going to polarize the conversation, or at least where people fall out. So whether it's right or wrong in that sense is whether it's good or bad for you politically. But there is this other element to it. Like, should we just not talk about it at all and just, let diversity happen to us because we're picking qualified people and we recognize diversity is a value. It's an attribute that we should also consider as we sort of form our inner circles. But there is something about the symbolism of a thing that matters, or symbolism of a person in a position, and drawing attention to that kind of descriptive representation. Most of the political science around descriptive representation, and again, because I look at Black America, that's where I do most of my reading, isn't that Black folks think a Black person in office is going to suddenly put Black people first and not America first. It's that seeing a Black person in office has a value all unto itself. So there are members of the Congressional Black Caucus that voted against the Freedom to Vote Act. There are members of the Congressional Black Caucus who don't want to get rid of gerrymandering. But that doesn't mean that they are like disgraced now in the Black community because they don't agree. There's something about the representation in and of itself that's of value. It has limits. Certainly there's a partisan line that Black Democrats get benefits that Black Republicans do not get. So there is a symbolic value that I don't think we should ignore, but that doesn't mean that the symbolic value should govern political strategy, which I think the line that got blurred in this process.
But here's the thing. So there's the symbolic value, which I agree, but the symbolic value just exists by like the person existing, the person being in that role. There's something about when people really I'm just going to give you an example that I've been thinking about a lot lately, mainly because I've been watching The Dropout, which is the Elizabeth Holmes story, which I'm obsessed by. It's on Hulu. It's so good. But this is a young woman who founds this company, and people are excited about her because it is a tech bro environment out there in Silicon Valley. Now they got this young woman founder who's incredibly dynamic, has this great idea about how they're going to revolutionize the medical industry. And then she fails catastrophically and steals millions of dollars and has a horrible implosion and is a total grifter, and it's terrible. When they do the little thing at the end where they're telling you where everybody wound up, they're doing like the coda. And at one of it says like, and women in tech talk about how harmful it is to them as women who want to lead in the tech industry to have had this high profile incident. And I raise this because when you are one of the thing, right? You are like you're Ellen DeGeneres. So like everything you do reflects on the entire lesbian nation, right? Like you're the one Black person, you're the one woman. Whenever you're that person, like you end up carrying a lot of stuff that I think a lot of people would love to not have to carry. Right? And like, you don't want it. You just want to be able to do your job and be in the thing. And people are like, well, but there's all this historical significance and you have to, inspire other people. And people are like, do I have to though? Or like, can I just do this thing I want to do? Like, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's true. But I think there's like a way to embrace your place in society and also remind people that just because this moment is historic does not mean I am now beholden to the history. And that I have to think in accordance with this history and I have to behave in accordance with this history. Let the moment be historic. Now let me go do my job. Look, Barack Obama, he showed up and said, look, I'm not the president of Black America. I'm the president of the United States of America. And yet he leaned into being the first Black president, recognizing his life and how improbable it was with a person with his name and his skin color, et cetera, could ascend to the highest office. But then you just go be Barack and then let people hate you because they don't like the way you do drone strikes or economic policy or healthcare. But don't run your administration like you owe a debt to history in every decision you make. And I hope Ketanji Brown Jackson does the same thing. I hope she doesn't go to every single Supreme Court case that shows up in front of her and says, what would Black America want me to do? Because I know they're looking to me because I'm the standard bearer now for achievement in the judicial branch. I hope she would say, I am so thankful that I've had this opportunity and that I was able to make history and that people can look to me for inspiration. Now, let me go do what I'm paid to do. Let me go do what Harvard taught me to do. Let me do what my parents taught me to do, what my integrity and my ethics teach me to do, and not allow the history to cloud that.
Okay. Well,
easier said than done.
Easier said than done. Although everything that I saw from her, I watched her hearings and that's about it. But she struck me as that kind of person. And so
for sure.
I should note, actually, that she had the highest approval rating of, I think, anybody in the last many nominations. You know, people.
She was likable.
Yeah, she was likable. People. Although I gotta say, I don't know. I have no idea what Americans really hear. Because as best I could tell from the focus groups, people are not watching the confirmation hearings. Like, they were catching the snippets. And so I think other than people listened to her and they were like, she seems fine. Like, I can't. I heard a snippet and she sounded okay. But there's a fundamental disconnect, I think, between the way Democrats talk about diversity and the way some of the Biden supporting swing voters did. And I do think it cuts to the heart of tensions over race in America. So let's listen to the Democrats first.
I think it's excellent. It's about time that we have a woman as well as a woman of color represent our court. I mean, granted, we've been on the Supreme Court for quite some time, but I really think it was a good move. It's really going to bring some balance, I think.
She's awesome. She represents so many different identities.
The court and every aspect of our government should reflect the population that's being governed.
We know as progressives that diversity is needed both in the executive branch and on the SCOTUS and things like that. And we all know that.
All right. So the Democrats see a black woman on the Supreme Court as a good thing, but emphasizing diversity sure sounded like it was a threatening thing to these swing voters. Listen to them.
I guess in my mind, I have a son who's just coming out of college, and I feel like he's getting very much discriminated against because he's not diverse, he's not the equity, he's not the inclusion, he's anti all of that. And so I, in some sense, feel like he's being discriminated against because he is a white male. So I don't know there's a good answer, right? I just feel like that there's a lot of stuff that he's being excluded from. My daughter was looking at an internship, and it said, we only want minority females to apply. Minority females to apply to this internship for a huge company. Like, how can you do that?
I've had really qualified candidates for my company who have been told they won't get another interview because they're not a minority female.
They're not diverse.
And it's the okay, but at what point are we saying, like, we're no longer looking for the qualified candidate?
I've never thought like one race is better than the other. And I feel like it's almost being pushed at you that it is. And to me, it's the best person for the job. It's the person best qualified for the position, whatever that position might be, for office, for any job, for school, for colleges. It's just crazy to me. It does feel like it's pushed in my face all the time. And it's like, I never even thought this way, but you all are making me feel a certain type of way because of it. And that's wrong.
When you hear the swing voters, and so just like keep in mind, these are people who voted for Donald Trump and then were so disgusted by Donald Trump, they voted for Joe Biden. And so I don't know how much credit to give them for that, but like they're critically thinking enough that they have changed their mind over something and they found Donald Trump's way of interacting with the world to be objectionable.
Right.
I guess to me, it's the unfortunate thing, right, is that this confirmation tended to slot into people's pre-existing feelings about affirmative action and changing demographics, which is unfortunate because then everybody can just like take a side and like a side they already have. But what did you make listening to some of these swing voters with a kind of like anxiety that they have that like, I don't know, their white kids can't get jobs?
Right. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of thoughts here. The one thing that immediately stood out to me was the one lady said, my son, he's not diverse, he's not the equity, he's not the inclusion. And I love how diverse has now become another word for people of color or racial and ethnic minorities. Like there's white people and then there's diverse people. And diversity means white people too. It doesn't mean like to the exclusion of white people. It means like everyone gets to be part of this thing here. So that's one thing that stood out. I do get the anxieties because there's a sense that a focus on diversity changes the rules of the game. such that it overweights, in maybe some's view, the immutable aspects of your existence, like the color of your skin or your race or your ethnicity. And that feels anti-meritocratic. And so there's an immediate rejection to it. Now, we should be used to this kind of operating because for many years, like women, people of color, immigrants were like on the losing side of the status quo. And anytime it's been shaken up, whether it's women voting or immigrants being made citizens or Black folks no longer being enslaved, there's a backlash like, why am I being punished for something I didn't do? Or why are the rules of the game the new rules being shoved down my throat without me being able to reject it and not be considered, un-American or whatever. This is just how societies operate. So I can understand the anxieties that they're feeling around this. And some of this, again, as there are those profiteers out there, that there's a cottage industry around, DEI and anti-racism. And the more people lean into that, the more it can divide us if it's not done in a principled and unifying kind of way. And it's very hard to talk about anything race in America in a way that's unifying. And many have tried, and very, very few have succeeded, certainly in real time.
That's an interesting thing that you just said about diversity. You hear conservatives, maybe a young Sarah Longwell may have been one of these people who would have. I remember being in English class and my teacher saying reverse racism and me being like, there's no such thing as reverse racism. There's only racism against anybody, that you can be racist against anybody. Right. I don't know that was a point I felt strongly about in high school. But it is weird that diversity has to be zero sum. And I guess the critical race theory conversation is like this too, where it slots into this thing where people feel like, and I think with reason sometimes, that they feel like they're being told that white people are bad, or when they hear diversity and they do not feel like they are included in that. Or I hear conservatives argue, right. and I've certainly, and this is again something I would have said, what about diversity of thought, diversity right. of ideology? Mm-hmm. Because I think people do feel like that's not what people mean when they say diversity. So should we do a better job of explaining what diversity means?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the hard part is it's hard to see one's sexual orientation more times than not just by walking in the grocery store, or it's hard to see diversity of region or ideology or undergrad by looking at a boardroom. But racial and gender diversity, well, that's easy to see. And it's almost like there's a performative piece to this. If you are centering diversity, if they're making this a priority, you want it to be evident because you want props for what you're doing. And all these other kinds of diversities are very hard to see. There's no marker of those kinds of diversities in the same way that there is for gender and race. So I think that's why we lean so deeply into those, because there's I don't know if it's a movement is the right word, but we're not doing any panels where all the panelists are men. I've heard this over and over again, especially in the think tank space. But if all of the men, one's from Utah, one's from Florida, and one's from New York, and one's a libertarian, and one's a progressive, and one's a conservative, and one went to North Carolina State, and one goes to Harvard, and the other from MIT. There's diversity there, but just like a panel of white men to me. You couldn't find any women that were qualified. You couldn't find any diverse people that were qualified. And so you've gone to all these lengths to have a very diverse conversation about this idea, and you get zero credit. So you have to layer in the physical stuff in order to sort of get credit for being a diverse organization.
Yeah, I guess the real sympathy I have with not so much the Trump voters, but let's say the swing voters on this is when I'm the only woman, sometimes I feel like they were oh, wait, we needed a woman for this panel. And certainly I get dropped into stuff because they're well, we need someone who's a Republican, but who doesn't think the election was stolen or whatever. Right. And actually, it does make me crazy, especially on the woman thing. It does make me crazy when I feel it's because I'm a woman that somebody and I hate that. I resent the notion that anybody thinks that you got something because they're ugh, we cannot have another panel. It's just men. And so I'm sympathetic that this conversation has gone wrong in all kinds of ways. And ultimately, it is to the detriment of successful – or, hey, I don't know. Maybe I'm not that successful. Maybe I'm not impressive. Maybe people are just putting me on because I'm a chick. I don't know. But it is annoying how it ultimately works against you. People think you're a diversity pick, and that's, I think, annoying to people.
Right. And so the question is there a way we can work ourselves out of that? And again, I hate to keep bringing up the military, but it's supposed to have one of the most fair promotion systems of any institution in America. And if that's the case, and if people on the external to the process believe it, people internal to the process mostly believe it, then why do I get, 2 affirmative action comments made to me, not even in the early parts of my career, like when we're supposed to be the leaders, the senior officers in the military, and I get folks saying, affirmative action or black guy's president, no wonder you became a White House fellow. So there's no system that works us out of this. There's no process that works us out of this. This is like a culture issue we've got to tangle with.
On that, though, is the solution for affirmative action to not be a thing? Like, if we just said, look, we're not doing this anymore, we are going to be a meritocracy. And, like, if we were saying that, if that was culturally, that was the way that we talked about this, would that be better?
So I have, like, sort of the social answer where I say, well, if we look at the history of harms and how that is the history like of bad public policy, bad laws that have harmed Black communities in particular. And now we're saying, okay, we're not doing that stuff anymore. There should be a period of time where you sort of help Black folks recover from the centuries of harm. So I get that piece, and maybe affirmative action is one of those ways. But from the political piece, if you say, I believe in racial quotas, I believe in affirmative action, you are telling a not insignificant number of voters that race is a quality that they can never check. That's like an attribute, a resume bullet that they can never get. And that feels intrinsically like un-American. I think the better way is through socioeconomic status. And, if you say folks who grew up in poverty will get points if they're the first to go to college, or they'll get extra consideration for these opportunities, that isn't by race. And poverty and working class isn't as divisive as conversations about race and ethnicity are. And yet, because of the way poverty and those who are living check to check, the way that's sort of distributed across the country, you're going to find a disproportionate number of folks of color, diverse folks, in those categories. And so they get disproportionately helped, not because of the color of their skin, but because of their class. And that's more politically palatable, I think, than just saying straight up race-based affirmative action.
I've never thought about that. You should write a book. I'm just kidding.
I've heard it somewhere before, I'm sure.
That's
right.
We're going to switch now to another very annoying cultural part of this, which is that MAGA voters, they don't really like anything Biden does, so it's not a surprise. They're not thrilled with Ketanji Brown Jackson. But some of their comments demonstrate how different our media ecosystems are, and it really goes to your point about the pundit point that you're making. Because while a majority of Americans disapprove of the way Republican members of the Senate Judiciary Committee treated her during her confirmation hearings, these MAGA voters really absorb the GOP's talking points about her being supposedly soft on pedophiles. Let's give it a listen.
If a Supreme Court candidate doesn't know if she's a man or a woman or can't define that, that's pretty basic for the, livelihood of civilization.
She gives pedophiles lighter sentences than even the liberal prosecutors recommend.
She's very easygoing on sex crimes. She feels that people who commit sex crimes are getting aren't getting a fair shake in life, and that they should be treated gloves, or she's not interested in punishing them. She's more interested in helping them get better.
I do give credit to Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee. Who would have thought asking her the definition of a female would have been a gotcha question, but it really was. So that was pretty entertaining.
I guess she'd ruled in favor of a Trump wall or something, which is great. But then this whole pedophile thing, it's just not normal.
Ted, I don't know if you've been following the whole groomer gate, but I've been following it quite a bit because I have some objections to these DeSantis laws that are now proliferating across the country. But two things jumped out at me. One is, whenever she got asked the question, define a woman, and that clearly was something that broke through to the right. And I was sitting there thinking, boy, if someone just asked me to define a woman, what would I say? And I don't fault her for not wanting to say, I guess, she didn't want to say someone with a vagina. She didn't want that to be a thing that she had to say while she was
with her parents sitting behind her.
I mean, the discourse is really stupid. But what do you think of that sort of being, I don't know, just the extent to which the culture war stuff was so much a part of her questioning?
Yeah, so I knew it was coming, and I still wasn't prepared for it when it arrived. A few things. One is that not answering a question is actually the norm in these confirmation hearings for a few reasons. Sometimes it's because the justices don't want to hint how they'd rule on a case that might show up before them. Others, it's because they've not thought deeply about the issue and don't want to comment on something that, again, may show up in a case, but something that they haven't considered in a legal sense. And so they don't want to tip their hand there. And then other times, there's just a refusal to answer or sort of answering around the question and letting the senators sort of infer what they will from it. And look, I think Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch, they refused to answer more questions than they answered over the course of their hearing. Mm-hmm. So this is just how things happen here. But the pedophilia stuff, and as you mentioned, it sort of like rolls into sort of this grooming thing that folks are starting to worry about. These focus group folks were representative, I think, of the media that talked about these cases. And she explained it well. She's like, Congress can fix this, but you guys haven't. These things are advisory, and they were written before the internet made distribution of this stuff easy. So, it was very difficult to produce 100 Polaroids of a child porn picture in a way that is extremely easy to do so now with computers. And so if laws are outdated, then maybe the punishment doesn't fit the crime when the punishment was written for something 30, 40 years ago. Anyway, but it's the idea that one of them said she's normalizing pedophilia. That's the takeaway from the Hawley questioning, from the reporting on this. And it's so sad because that's not what she's doing. And even, I think one of them brought up, she mentioned that she's a mother. And so, of course, she would object to this stuff. And she was like, well, if she was a mother, it looks like she'd want to throw the book at these folks and not go easy on them and let them off the hook. So it's no winning. There is like no rationalizing your way for them to see your side of the argument. It's just they're stuck there. And again, this is like a part of a bigger conversation the nation is having around LGBTQ, as well as like what liberals want out of America. And these folks are reacting to those perceptions.
Yeah, well, this is why it annoys me, is it both somehow manages to roll into the conversation around transgender people in sports, which is a legitimate conversation that we can have, but also it really is rolling into both the groomer conversation, which rolls into the Q conversation. This is something that our colleague JB Last kind of, once he made the connection, for me, I kind of see it everywhere, which is Q was like the dark corner of the web thing. And like, I've never quite gotten my arms around what the Q thing is, but it has something to do with pedophilia rings. That was like Pizzagate, was like they were holding kids in the basement, and that's why the guy showed up with the gun. And like Hillary Clinton, I think, is supposed to wear like baby masks on her face. Like, I don't know, like it's all really insane. But of course, like the way that they mainstream the Q stuff is to then bring in the groomer conversation as part of the anti-LGBT bills into the transgender conversation and into this idea that somebody is soft on pedophilia, which goes to this ultimate idea that there's somehow this like elite cohort in Washington that, especially among Democrats, that is part of a pedophilia ring, I guess. And it sounds crazy to us, but you can hear it. It's like all over the way that people interpreted this conversation.
Yeah, no, 100%. And, my sense of it is that the reason, aside from like having to say vagina on national TV, that Ketanji Brown Jackson refused to answer that question, my sense of it is because of the Civil Rights Act and transgender athletes. Like there's almost no doubt that there's going to be a Supreme Court case in the offing, in the not distant future, where this is going to be challenged, whether transgender athletes can compete with the sex that they identify with and not the sex that they were born with. So if she had commented that a woman is a person with a vagina, that may have put her in a box or sullied her ability to see a case objectively when it does show up to the court. So she's thinking very like legally and strategically about this question and future court cases. And they're hearing pizza parlor pedophilia rings. There's no middle ground there. You can't have a conversation. So I think her not answering was the only thing to do. Anything else would have pushed her into a hole that would have harmed her ability to be an effective judge later.
All right. So as we kind of come to a close, I want to ask you did most of the writing for the Bulwark around Judge Jackson and even about race. And one of the things you wrote is you referred to how poorly our national conversations on race go in this country. And I just want you to listen to some of these comments from the focus groups, because I do think that they show that race has got to be one of the hardest things to talk about in America right now.
I think I might feel differently than I do now if I wasn't a white female. So it's hard for me to say. I think that the affirmative action basically that's happening here is wrong when you're not going with the most qualified candidate. But also I see my perspective might be different if I wasn't white.
The racism that I see here in the South on a day-to-day level boggles my mind. I mean, it just boggles my mind from somebody who was raised on the left coast. And I just think they turn on the TV, they saw that she's black, and they're against her.
I agree with you. It's ridiculous. And living in Green Bay, it's even worse because so many times if there is a person of color and they're a male of any stature, they think it's a Packer player. You know what I mean?
So you can see that race is just such a polarizing thing for people to talk about. And because I did focus groups all the way through the rise of the defund the police conversation, I was focused at the time a lot on the kind of suburban women. So I was hearing from a lot of white suburban women that, you know, they were thinking about race differently than they ever had. And they did think that what happened to George Floyd was horrible. And, you know, I felt like there was a lot of good faith grappling with race that was going on. But in our politics, I mean, you know, I would say Republicans just feel like we're talking about race too much. Democrats, I was on a democracy panel with Charlotte Eiffel, and she was very much of the, like, we don't talk about race enough. We're talking about it, not talking about it nearly enough. We're not having a cultural conversation, and it's at the heart of everything that happens. And Republicans just don't want to talk about it and don't think it should be there. You've said some things actually that have been interesting to me during this conversation, but how should we talk about race in America in a way that's productive?
Yeah, so the national conversation we're having about race in America now is basically a bunch of focus groups of people talking to other people like them. And so for the same reason that mixed focus groups aren't productive, it's the same reason why our mixed conversations on race aren't productive. They turn into arguments, they turn into sort of who's to be blamed and who's the victim, and you know, who owes who what, and it's whose fault is it. And those things are not productive. Everyone just wants to win the argument and leave unscathed. Whereas in sort of the focus group, where you've got a homogenous group of folks, whether it's by race or belief or ideology, whatever, they're more willing to be vulnerable, be honest, to like admit when they don't know something. It's just like there's more grace in that space to just come as you are. And in a mixed group, everyone walks in thinking, I'm already stereotyped as like the super lefty guy or the super conservative person. And they come in on the defensive and not willing to extend any grace, not willing to be vulnerable, and not willing to have honest conversations. And so I think that's one thing. Another is people talk about race so differently that just getting the terms right becomes the stumbling block to having any real conversation. If you walk into a room full of civil rights practitioners and say, yeah, you know, I just don't understand why the blacks don't love America. The blacks, those two words right there, the whole room will flip upside down and nothing gets done for the rest of the day, because the blacks is not acceptable terminology when talking, especially in this kind of space. Or if you go into the wrong MAGA room and say, yeah, those insurrectionists, I thought they loved democracy. It's like insurrectionists. These were patriots, or these were, these were protests and with a few people who got out of hand, or undercover Antifa or whatever. And so because we don't have a standard lexicon, because we don't have any social trust, and because we see racism as an argument to be won instead of like a conversation to be had for people to extend their understanding, it's highly unproductive in almost every way that it occurs presently.
Okay, so I'm kind of obsessed with this idea that you just raised about the names for things, the terms for things, because I see this with voters and just in my life. Okay, so people want to say the right thing,
yes,
right? They like want to be decent, and then they get like tripped up. And I have this objection with the left, the alphabet soup people, including I am a part, as best I can tell, of the LGBTQAI plus community.
Plus, right.
And I am sometimes like, what does that letter stand for? And the young kids come up and they try to tell me that some new version of the genders has been introduced, and I'm like, well, I haven't heard about that one. Don't know what you're talking about, kids. It is actually a thing that really bugs me on the left, where there is this obsession with how you talk about things, and if you don't talk about it that way, like, you are racist. Like, I don't know, Latinx. If you ask Hispanics about Latinx, exactly, they'll be like, what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because white progressives thought it up. And, like, I think that it is hard for us. How do we extend each other grace at scale? It's in a large way, because I see people all the time in my own life. Like, people are, they're trying to figure out, like, what does your kid call you? Like, are you mommy, mama? Like, who is it? People are apologizing. I'm like, oh, God, please don't apologize. We confuse it all the time. Like, it's fine. And so I don't know how we find a way to extend each other more grace as we also create space for there to be an expanding understanding of, like, who we all are and how we identify. Because, like, I think the transgender thing in sports is super complicated. There's a part of me as, like, a woman who cared a lot about women's sports and played them, and in college, that, in competitive sports, just to say, oh, no, it's fine for someone who is biologically born a male to now compete in women's sports. There's something about that almost feels to me like you're saying, like, well, you must not care about women's sports that much because it actually matters to us, like, that the competition be fair.
Right.
But then there's the other part of me, I genuinely, who was like, but, if a person has gone through the transition and they identify this way and it's, like, key to who they are, like, and sports is such an uplifting, wonderful way to have a group of people. So this stuff just isn't easy, and it makes it so hard when you feel like you can't talk about it with anyone because you're going to get canceled or people are going to get mad at you, you're going to say the wrong thing or call somebody by the wrong name. Anyway,
right.
Solve this for me, Ted. How do we scale grace?
Yeah, right. That's a great question. Look, I have thoughts on transgender athletes. I don't have the language to have conversations about the thoughts I have. Because if I walk into a room with people who think about this lots and who know all of the letters lots, I am immediately going to be seen as, like, this is the dude that doesn't really understand the differences between the different letters. And so I just don't have those conversations with those folks. And in the places where I do have it, typically, mostly black spaces, mostly black male spaces, I've heard everything from, we've got the Special Olympics, why don't we have sports for transgender athletes? Like, just create a separate league for them, and on and on. But this language is, like, it's everywhere. Like, Latinx is basically saying, well, Latino is gendered and Latina is gendered. And sort of in order to be inclusive, let's just put an X there. There are colleges that don't have freshmen anymore. They have first years because freshmen suggest that it's a gendered first year student that is a man and not a woman. So they call them first years. And so this is a problem. Some folks, this is like the woke mob run amok, and others is like, this is inclusion that's well-intentioned, but maybe not having the results they would like. So there's that. But to this point about, like, grace, if we can figure out how to create social trust in a diverse society of 330 million people, then we would have discovered the American Holy Grail. Like, that is the more perfect union. And it might be ultimately uncompletable. Like, it may never be attainable, but the pursuit of it is, I think, where the beauty of America is, and that's where, like, the honor in being an American sort of resides. But the pursuit of it means not only are you willing to be vulnerable and learn in order to be in conversation with other folks, but that they extend grace, or you extend grace when other people try to do the same thing. And that is extremely difficult to do because power, personal power, individual agency feels like it's surrendered when you extend grace or when you appear vulnerable. And so that grace and vulnerability across difference is especially contentious in a hyperpartisan environment where everything is zero sum. So the fullness of the American experiment is captured in our ability to extend social trust across difference. And, here's to trying.
Here's to trying. I love that. I thought we were going to solve race in America on this podcast. If we've fallen short, I apologize. But I do think that was a great discussion. I really appreciate you joining us. And thank you all for tuning in to another episode of The Focus Group. We'll be back next week. Don't forget to go leave a rating on Apple or anywhere that you find your podcasts. Thanks, Ted. We'll see the rest of you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're talking about third parties. Complaining about our two-party options has become a national pastime during election season, but getting people to agree on what an alternative would look like is tricky. I myself have always been third-party curious ever since Donald Trump came along. But even though it's difficult to come up with that alternative, my guest today thinks that he's found that alternative. You may remember Andrew Yang from the 2020 Democratic presidential primaries. He also ran for mayor of New York City in 2021, and he is the author of the book Forward, Notes on the Future of Our Democracy, which is on my bookshelf. And I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm skeptical of the third party idea. I'm especially worried about a third party putting Donald Trump in the White House again in 2024. Andrew and I have discussed this privately in the past, but now we're going to discuss it publicly with input from our focus groups. Andrew, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Sarah. Thanks for having me. Congrats on the Bulwark. It's great stuff.
Oh, thanks. So the Forward Party that you founded, the platform includes things like ranked choice voting, term limits, and a series of ways that you think the government could run more efficiently and effectively. Why don't you make your case, just to start, for why you think we need a third party?
Well, sure, Sarah. And I think you're a great test case. I believe that you were, and maybe still are, a Republican, have been for quite some time. But there are a lot of folks who I know in the Republican Party who became deeply concerned about the party after Trump came into power. And I think that's gotten worse, not better. You have a diminishing number of moderates or people who voted for the infrastructure package or voted to impeach Donald Trump. And the case that I'd make is that this is rational in the sense that the political incentives now will drive political figures in very specific directions. And I've spoken to some folks, as you have, who voted to impeach Trump, and they had death threats against themselves, their families. Like, there are really immense personal ramifications. So you have to ask yourself, okay, why is this happening? And then is this going to get better or worse? But the reason why you started the Bulwark, which I give you a ton of credit for, is that you know that there's a problem with our media organizations where they separate people into ideological tribes. They give people what they want to hear, and then that's how they make more money. And then social media pours gasoline on all of these dynamics. So these are relatively recent phenomena. Cable news came up in, let's call it, the late 80s. So you're looking at maybe 35 years of this polarization that is driving us into our corners. And unfortunately, it's not going to end well. It's going to result in growing political violence and strife and dysfunction. And so in this situation, you have to ask, well, what is a real path forward? And path one, which I'm sure many people who listen to you are hoping for, is that the Republican Party will become more moderate, more rational, more principled. Maybe you'd want some kind of reformation of the Democratic Party as well, because there are people who are concerned about some things in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, these sound terrific.
But then you have to ask yourself, it's like, do you think that's going to happen? And I'm going to tell you, it's not going to happen. There's no reason to think it's going to happen. The forces I described are getting more powerful, not less. So after you make that acceptance, then you think, okay, like, what is our path out of this? And then that leads you to what 62% of Americans have concluded, which is that we have to have an option beyond the duopoly and move beyond the two-party system.
Okay, so I agree with all of your framing for everything that's wrong. Let me push back on one particular piece before we go to our focus group, folks. You cited the 61% number. Now, I know for a fact, after talking to these voters for all these years, that those 61% do not all want the same thing. And so I guess my question would be, is it that you think there should be many parties, or do you think there should be one third party that you think specifically appeals to a broad coalition that, like, people don't see yet because we're separated into these tribes that we're talking about?
Right now, in my opinion, the Democratic Party should be two parties and the Republican Party should be two parties. And when I say that, most people know exactly what I'm talking about. And then there should be a fifth party in the middle. And that would be a relatively accurate description of where 85% of Americans are, and would be a much more functional, representative, resilient system. Now, how do you get from our current dysfunctional, gridlocked, polarized two-party system to a system like the one I just described? With great difficulty. But I think the biggest step you take is going from 2 to 3 parties, which would improve the dynamic immeasurably, if only because then each party might have to genuinely compete, as opposed to right now they can just bomb throw towards the other party and say, well, look at the extremists on that side.
But we do have third parties, right? We have a Green Party. We have a Libertarian. I mean,
Sarah?
They exist. They are on the ballot in some places. Because as somebody who flirted with libertarianism in my early life, I wouldn't vote for a libertarian from the Libertarian Party at this point. But why not those?
Well, to your point, libertarians, and I have many libertarian friends, are probably the most established third party in America. They are on the ballot in all 50 states. Their presidential candidate, Joe Jorgensen, got about 1% of the vote. And so you could say, well, we have a third party and that's handled. Or you could say, well, that party isn't necessarily contending, changing the fundamental political dynamic, making DC more functional. And so that's what I think a lot of people think when they think third party, is they think a third party that changes the dynamic for the better and maybe even wins races around the country, wins seats in Congress, maybe even wins the White House.
But what do you think of when you think of a third party then?
I think of a third party that is improving the political dynamic and making it so the parties have to compete for our votes in a genuine way, which they do not have to right now. The gerrymandering and redistricting has resulted in 90% of congressional seats now being safely Democratic or Republican. And so think about that. If you're listening to this, it probably represents your district as well, where your representative does not need to actually worry about the other party defeating them. They just need to worry about placating and pleasing the hyper-partisans in their own wing. And is that a healthy system? And so you need a more functional system where the parties have to genuinely compete and earn our votes, as opposed to just expecting us to fall in line because of the way the lines are drawn.
Okay, well, let's test this theory a little bit with voters. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been talking to Democrats, Trump voters, and swing voters, and asking them what they think about third parties. And unsurprisingly, it sounded like the swing voters were the most open to the potential of a third party. Let's listen.
I think the reason I never vote third party is because I immediately equate it with just throwing my vote away. So I think if there could be just more of like a strength in numbers, how many other people are feeling that same way? So if we all rally together around one normal human being, that could maybe cause a change.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a career politician. And
Right. I'm so tired of the career politicians.
I'm tired of it too.
What if someone were to come to the table, be kind of a centrist and say, okay, I am pro-police. I believe in adequately funding the police. And at the same time saying January 6th stuff was just absolutely crazy, or you should get vaccinated, just someone that maybe would meet the middle 50% of America.
Yeah, but I feel like now the state of the union, I think more people would gravitate towards a third party. I feel like more people would be open to it now because this is clearly not working. But I think a lot of people would be open to that at this point.
Okay, so these are our swing voters. And it makes sense that people who voted for Trump in 2016 and then voted for Biden in 2020, they're like totally fed up with their options. They always talk about lesser of two evils. But I mean, they really only represent roughly 4 million voters, those swing voters. So when you listen to them, I know they sound like your people and like they're making the argument, Andrew, that you think is compelling. But do you think there's enough of them?
Well, there's a growing number all the time, and I think they suggested this, but you can see that in the polling, Sarah, where the number of self-described independents now is up to 50%, which is higher than it's been. The percentage of Americans who say they want a choice, aside from the two parties, is over 60%. These numbers are not normal. They're abnormally high. And so the interest level is growing every day. There are a lot of disaffected Republicans. There's an increasing number of disaffected Democrats. And the single biggest threshold question you can answer is what the initial focus group participant was talking about, which is, are you throwing your vote away? If you had a candidate or campaign where people felt they were contending and could win, then you would see their support shoot up very, very quickly.
Yeah, what she said was they would rally around like one normal human being, which sort of gets me to the question of like, who is the person that creates the conditions where a third party could happen, right? So we saw it happen in France, specifically kind of around a Macron figure. And when you ask these voters, you know, kind of like, what kind of a person would this be? Here, listen to what they say.
I don't remember this because I was a child, but it seemed that everyone loved Kennedy. Kennedy was like, he was young. He had young kids in the Oval Office. We need someone that's charismatic that people can really relate to, like middle America, that we're raising our families. We have these same issues that maybe instead of the lobbyists getting in your ear and giving you all this money, we need someone that's more like us.
I can talk about issues all day long and promise you this, that, and the other thing. I don't believe half of what it is. So I want somebody that has run a company that seems personable and diplomatic and cares about the world and cares about starving people and just cares. I'll vote for that person. How about Bill Gates or his ex-wife? I'd vote for one of them just because.
The one point you made earlier about, you know, a big name person with the recognition of a Gates or something like that. Sad to say, I think that might be necessary for a third party to have a real presence and a real significance.
Okay, Andrew, so I'm pretty skeptical that Bill Gates or his ex-wife are going to connect with the majority of middle America as they requested. But what about The Rock? Or like, just tell me, who is the person that you think would galvanize enough of Americans to create this third party?
I think one figure that you can easily slot in for the purpose of this exercise is Mark Cuban, who has run significant businesses, is a very familiar figure to a lot of Americans. He just started a drugstore that makes generic drugs available essentially at cost, which unfortunately is a very, very small fraction of what most Americans are paying because people are getting gouged. And so he would check a lot of the boxes these people just named, which is business leader, recognized, relatively normal seeming for a public figure, has a youngish family, which he does have. I think someone like Mark would rally 30% of Americans very, very quickly. And there's polling that backs that up.
Yeah, and I mean, I know these people are not interchangeable, but I followed the Howard Schultz campaign very closely.
Yeah, I know both of these human beings. They're not the same guy.
Yes, I've met both of them too. They are most certainly not the same. I don't know. It's just like it was such a catastrophic failure, the Schultz campaign. And, you know, I got to tell you, I was with Schultz one night when he was in Philadelphia giving a book talk. And I would say that the room was filled mainly with Democrats who came up to him to say that they liked him and that they hoped to God he wouldn't run, that they just thought it would be a terrible idea for him to run.
Well, that was the mood of the country at that time, Sarah, which was Trump was in office and Democrats were like, please, 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 let's get him out. And Howard seemed like he was going to take energy from that effort. So that's what he encountered. I think things are a bit different now than they were then.
Tell me why.
Well, I think part of it is that the parties are playing you lose, I lose while we're doing the losing. And so right now, Joe Biden and the Democrats are in charge. I think they're going to have a very, very hard time in November. And if things don't improve dramatically, like a tough time in November 24. And so if you had a figure, let's call him Donald Trump, coming the other side, he would probably be a favorite. And so if you're in that situation, then you might be looking for someone who can help change that dynamic. Whereas during the Schultz campaign, it was the opposite situation.
So you think if we rerun the 2020 election and we've got Biden versus Trump, you think that's the conditions in which a third party candidate could emerge potentially?
Well, certainly, I think if it's those two candidates, then there's going to be a third party candidate, and that person's going to start out with 20 to 25% of the vote and just go up from there. Because, I mean, Joe's going to be 82 in 24. Trump will be 77. And I saw some polling that said over half of Americans don't want either of them. So if you had a Mark Cuban run against those two, I think he'd win.
Yeah, I got to tell you, you're right. I talk to Democratic voters all the time in these focus groups, and they do not want to see Joe Biden run a second time. The Republicans, though, the Trump voters, you got plenty of them that want to see Trump run again. Now, it is not the majority, but he would win a Republican primary in a walk. And the people who don't want to see him run again, it's not because necessarily they don't like him. And this is, I think, where I've gotten sort of skeptical of a bit of the third party thing is I know that in your world and in my world, there are a lot of these disaffected Republicans. And I think we've got enough for like a really raging dinner party. I'm just not sure we've got enough for a political party.
I think we have enough for a political party, but we'd have to prove it out. And I see some of the same numbers that you see, but you're not looking at peeling off half of Republicans in this scenario. What percentage do you think would consider, for example, either an independent figure like a Mark Cuban or a moderate Republican figure like an Adam Kinzinger, if that was presented to them? You know, if it's not half of Republicans, I think it's maybe a third. And if you had a third of Republicans that were willing to consider this other option, plus independents, plus a similar proportion of Democrats, I think you can get there.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's dig into this a little bit more with the voters. So the swing voters were receptive because these are kind of the homeless tribe right now. But there was only a little bit of receptivity among a few of the Democrats and a couple of the MAGA voters. But let's listen to the Dems first.
But I think having a third party in there, you'd have to find someone who could pull from both Democratic and Republican parties in order to make a more unified society.
AOC mentioned once before that if we had multiple parties, she wouldn't be the same party as Joe Biden. It's because within the Democratic Party, there's two separate parties within it. And that makes it really hard because it's that kind of transition between this newer generation. The older one is still holding on. It makes it hard to make any progress. And then on the other side, Republicans, they're like one way or the highway.
So let me just tell you what I'm hearing and what I felt like I heard from these voters. It seems like there's kind of two ways that both the Democrats and the Republicans think about third parties. So one is a centrist party that appeals to the broad middle. And then the other is like you break off the progressives from the moderates on the Dem side. And then you break off like the MAGA from the establishment on the right. Which is it? Which do you think is the more viable path? A single third party that appeals to the broad middle? Or are we looking at a situation where we need national ranked choice voting so that we can have 5 major political parties competing?
I think that you have a broad party that appeals to the middle, and that leads you to ranked choice voting and a multi-party system. I think we should have ranked choice voting in every election, federal and local. I just don't see a downside. I mean, you just vote for who you want, and then the winner has to get over 50%. No more spoiler effect, greater diversity of opinion, more collegial, less negative campaigning. It's just a pure win for everybody. Unfortunately, there are a lot of folks in power who just don't like competition and of both parties. You know, that's something that both parties can agree on is competition for them is bad. And so you need to create a different dynamic for there to be genuine competition between the parties. And I think the path there is a broad third party.
Do you think this is like soon? Like you think this is a 2024 possibility? Because I guess this is where if it's Biden and Trump again, I do think you're right. I think there's probably somebody who looks at that field and says, look at these two 80-year-olds who have both failed in their own way. And, you know, some charismatic 55-year-old tries to take a shot at it.
Yeah, then does really well, but continue. I like where you're going, Sarah, but keep going.
But then let's get into the practical side of that, right? So both the Republican and the Democrat would go through a primary. The system's not really set up for this third-party person. They'd have trouble getting on the debate stage. The current structure is set up for the two-party system, and it's very difficult, even for an outsider, to sort of break into that system.
I think it's easier than ever as someone who went through a version of this process. But let's play this out for a second. You mentioned the debates. The rules for the debates are that if you're at 15% or over, you can make the general debate stage. And in the scenario we're describing, this person is 15% and up, and so they make the debate stage. But what's interesting is that at this point, the Republicans are threatening to boycott the debates, so there are no presidential debates. I'm going to suggest to everyone that if you have a third-party candidate, then the Republican for sure shows up, because the last thing they'd want is just to have Joe Biden and Mark Cuban debating, and then everyone's like, I guess these are our choices. So then Trump would show up. I mean, that's just one illustration. But in this day and age, it's so much easier for someone to get attention. They don't necessarily need to go through the same rigmarole that has been in place around these presidential primary debates. I want you to imagine the Republican primary debates of Trump versus Chris Christie, Mike Pompeo, Mike Pence, etc. Are you really going to be watching those debates and learning a lot, or excited to watch those debates, or the rest of it? You know what I mean? Like, this process has become so skewed that right now, if you had an outsider, they could just go on YouTube and they could probably rack up a similar number of views.
Yeah, I think there's truth to the fact that we are in a disruptive period. And the point about the Republicans, like, they have pulled out. They're not threatening. They're out of the Presidential Debate Commission, which does kind of throw into turmoil like the old structures and conventions. Like, it is, I don't know how debates are going to go going forward, but it's not going to be by the Presidential Debate Commission. So presumably there is an opportunity to disrupt that. I want to get through the MAGA voters really quickly and just on how they kind of think about the third party thing. And it goes to my number one reason that I'm so skeptical, which is that I think that a majority of especially Republicans are perfectly happy with Trump's version of the Republican Party. Let's listen to the MAGAs.
The only thing I can think of is like the MAGA Republicans are sort of unofficially making a third party because they're like splitting with the establishment people and then making Democrats win. If we could just get rid of the establishment.
I'd love to see a third party that takes votes away from the Democratic Party, which would make it easier for Republicans to get elected. Kind of like 92 with Ross Perot, and they say that's how Clinton got into office in 92.
Right. So these guys do go right to the spoiler problem, which you've raised and which would be one of my major concerns about 2024 rerun. I mean, I just think anything that throws that would make it easier for Donald Trump to win, freaks me out. It's like something that's very hard to know how it would play out. I love Justin Amash, but I argued forcefully back in 2020 for him not to run as a third-party candidate because I thought that it was very unclear which party he would pull from.
I think Amash probably pulls from the right? I mean, he's a libertarian, former Republican. I'm an Amash fan too. I like this. Let's play this one out. But
I know, and you ran in a Democratic primary. This is my point. I think it's actually a misnomer, or like just like a misunderstanding that if John Kasich or Justin Amash, a lot of these sort of center-right people, there's this idea that it would fracture the Republican Party more. And I do not necessarily think that's true at all. I think there are a lot of conservative Democrats, maybe far more than there are moderate Republicans, and that they could have easily tipped the scales for Trump.
It's interesting because I feel like you are yourself a moderate Republican, and that if there was a choice between Justin Amash and Donald Trump, you'd choose Justin Amash. So I just can't imagine that there's only one of you, Sarah. There might not be like 51% of you.
Well, hold on. Now you've just made my point, which is I voted for Joe Biden. I am a moderate Republican, but I was willing to vote for Joe Biden, as did many moderate Republicans who hated Donald Trump. And if we had all gone third party, that might have tipped the scales actually for Trump.
I see what you're saying. You don't think that there is like a set of people that would not accept Joe Biden, but would accept Justin Amash?
No, I think there's a set of people who, given the choices between, let's say, Joe Biden in the Democratic Party or Donald Trump, that even if you were a moderate Republican, what a lot of moderate Republicans did is they voted affirmatively for Joe Biden. And what that did was it gave Biden net votes, which was it took one from Trump, people who'd voted for Trump the first time, and it put him, now I didn't vote for Trump the first time, but it took votes from Trump and it gave them to Biden. And that's where you see the swing from, Trump wins, by 80,000 votes across 3 states to Joe Biden wins by, I don't know what it was, like 160,000 votes across 3 states. Maybe it was a little bit, maybe it was more than that, Biden's win. But
it was actually less than that. It was like 45,000.
All right. The point is, I just think it is very simple to do in your head. Well, John Kasich's a Republican, and Justin Amash was a libertarian who was a Republican for a long time. And so if he ran as an independent, he would pull from the right. And what they do is siphon votes from people who would otherwise be comfortable voting for a Democrat in a one-on-one scenario. And 2, that they pull more from the left than people realize, because I think there's a lot more conservative Democrats than people realize.
Well, you do have insight that others don't, but I can't help but think that there must be a figure that moderate Republicans who would not accept a Democratic candidate would be willing to consider. Like, I'll throw an Adam Kinzinger in the mix. In another era, I think he'd be very, very center of the party mainstream. And I can't help but think that there are a lot of Republicans who are looking at Adam Kinzinger and say, like, I'm totally fine with Adam Kinzinger in a way that they might not be fine with Democrat TBD or Joe Biden.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just look at Adam Kinzinger today. He's being run out of the Republican Party. Republicans tend to hate him, and Democrats like him.
I feel like that's Republican primary voters, which it's like, because if you look at our incentives, again, you're looking at, I don't think, that's like the entire party. I mean, he might be run out of the party by hyper partisan activist types who right now are very, very Trumpy. Anyway.
Well, let's just take the spoiler question, because this is the number one thing that comes up. When you ask voters, what do they think about a third party? Spoilers is what they talk about. Let's listen.
You mentioned taking away votes. The Green Party from Ralph Nader definitely affected the 2000 election, but then the Green Party came and went.
Like when we have an independent run, they just take away from the Democrats.
I can give you an example where it helped. Bill Clinton wouldn't have won if Ross Perot wasn't running.
What do you think the cadence is? Do you think we need ranked choice voting before we really have third parties that can be viable? Or do you think we can jump straight to third parties and that creates the conditions where people understand why we need ranked choice voting?
My preference is that we get ranked choice voting first. But what I've observed is that parties don't want to do anything unless they're kind of forced to. So I think that you're going to have a very, very significant unity ticket, independent candidate, third party movement in 2024. And then you're going to see ranked choice voting become front and center because the parties will look at it and say, well, I'd rather change the process than have my prospects disrupted and spoiled in this way. But I think the appetite is higher than it's ever been. The faith in our current party system is lower than it's ever been. And this is not going to change, especially if you do wind up with Trump, Biden too. I think if you have an independent candidate that's under the age of 70, they start out with 25% and go up from there.
I don't know who the person is, but I do think if you had an outside candidate who is charismatic and you were rerunning the 2020 election, maybe that breaks everything wide open and creates the shift. But it would sort of have to be those conditions. Because here's the thing. If it's Ron DeSantis, the Republicans will happily vote for him. There's not then an appetite for something else. People will be happy to vote for Ron DeSantis.
If you look up right now, you just said it earlier, Sarah, I think if Trump runs, he gets the nomination and he has the money. I don't see why he doesn't run. So he probably gets a nomination. And then that's that side. On the other side, there are a lot of people who don't want Joe Biden to run again. But what we're all hearing is that Joe thinks he's the only one who can defeat Trump. So if it's Trump again, then Joe says it has to be me again. Now, you can look at that and say, well, maybe that won't happen. But you'd have to admit, it seems like the most likely scenario at this point. And when you're talking about the future of democracy, the last thing you would ever do is be like, maybe it won't happen. Like you look up and say, well, geez, we better start planning as if this really could happen because it seems like a likelihood at this point.
So I completely agree with that planning. I will say, though, that I make this point all the time, but I don't make it in the context of a third party. I make it in the context of the Democratic Party. Because I completely agree there's not going to be ranked choice voting anytime soon. And so you either have to have somebody who can transcend politics and parties in such a way that They don't need any of the institutional support that the party apparatus brings. But to me, there is a reason that Donald Trump decided to take over the Republican Party. And that is because he wanted an institution to occupy. And he just did. That's what he did. He just took it over. And I feel like the Democrats have a really interesting thing going on in you as a former Democratic presidential candidate. I would love to know what you think is going to happen, because what's crazy to me right now is democracy's on the line. Joe Biden is a very old man, not popular whatsoever. He's got a deeply unpopular vice president, and there doesn't appear to be a bench. I don't know what the mechanism is for them to figure out how to run somebody else. And so to me, it actually seems like the most viable thing is for somebody to do what Trump did to the Democrats. Because everybody now who's a Democrat's going to have to be like, well, you can't go over Kamala. And like, I don't know, what about Pete? Who's Joe Biden going to endorse? They treat it like it's all the same. And so like, I agree with you on one sense that there's like prime for disruption, but why shouldn't that disruption be Mark Cuban taking over the Democrat?
Within the Democratic Party. Well, one could argue that Bernie tried to do that twice and came close. There were a lot of forces within the party that tried very hard to keep that from happening that I think would be there and present still. And I also think Bernie is somewhat singular, and that people are right now trying to figure out who the next Bernie is and will be, and I'm not sure that's clear. So the Democratic Party, in many ways, it's like the last of the institutionalists. It's like the apologists for the institutions. And I think they will be the last to admit that things are failing, and their primary electorate is somewhat distinct in that sense, where even if a lot of Americans are like, all right, let's try something new, like I think the Democratic primary electorate will still try and hang on. So it's a tough set of questions to answer for the Democrats, because like you said, you have Joe Biden. He's there. He's not super popular at the moment, but Kamala polls 5 points worse than him. So there's no heir apparent. And so if Joe does step aside, you wind up with a competitive primary because Kamala does not clear the field. And who emerges from that? No one knows, which is one reason why I think the most likely scenario is that it's Joe again, because people will look and say, well, I don't want it to be Kamala, so I guess we'll go with Joe. There are folks that are pushing for some of the other candidates in the field, but it's not clear that that person is going to defeat Trump or be poised to do so. So it's a bit of like a zone of uncertainty over there. And that's one reason why I think asking someone to come in and say, like, I'm going to take this uncertainty and disrupt it, especially if, by the way, Joe decides to run again, because then there's not going to be a true primary.
Well, I got to tell you, MAGA voters and Democratic voters agree on almost zero things in these focus groups. But one thing that they did agree on is that a third party was never going to happen. Let's listen.
I mean, we already have a libertarian party. So, I mean, we already have them, but just demographically and numbers wise, there are not enough people in those other buckets that could seriously challenge the election at this point.
I don't think it's worked well when it's been done in other countries. I don't think it worked well.
I mean, it'll never happen.
I would think a more realistic and quicker option would be to just revamp the whole party. Like get more of the America First Republicans in and start primarying the establishment. I think that's a more realistic option.
I got to tell you, I love that last quote from that woman, because Donald Trump wanted to do exactly what you're talking about. He threatened to start an America First party. And it's one of the ways that he has held the Republican Party in his thrall, because they know if he goes off and starts another party, that's going to be the majority of the Republican Party and that they don't have a coalition then. And I guess that's part of what freaks me out about this, where it's so uncertain. I mean, I'm like very up for blue skying, because I agree we're in a very precarious moment. With 70% of Republican voters believe that the election was stolen, and the majority of them want to see Trump run again or like Trump perfectly well. And they want the America First vision. I hear that all over the focus groups, the Trump voters. They love the America First vision. So like, if you split everybody up, why aren't they the biggest coalition in America?
This is one reason why I think you're going to see a third party movement arise pretty quick, is because you have Donald Trump and the people that support him playing an outsized role in our politics. I think we can all sense that. So the question is, how do you address it? If you're the Democrats, you think, well, let's just defeat him. The problem is that that might not be in the cards. And I'm going to suggest that the stakes are incredibly high, where, I think a Trump second term would be completely calamitous. And so if you look at that picture and you say, well, what are your options? I think it's going to happen because we're overdue for a political realignment. If you look at our country's history, Abraham Lincoln was a third party candidate who won a 4-candidate race with 39% of the vote. And that was a very difficult time for the country. Unfortunately, I think we're getting back to that point. This is that kind of time.
All right, last question. And if Joe Biden and Donald Trump rerun the 2020 election, you can count me as very third party curious with you over here. But tell me this, what are you going to do? Is your plan now to lead a third party movement? Is it to recruit candidates? Is it to run yourself as a third party? Like, how are you thinking about it?
I'm in party building mode. The Forward Party is welcome for everyone who wants a new approach to our politics that's positive and unifying and just wants to solve problems and not get caught in ideological back and forths. There are a lot of Americans who resemble that, and that number goes up every single day. So that's what I'm about. And it's good fun because the people that are attracted to the Forward Party tend to be really principled, patriotic, good people who are just sick of this dynamic and know we deserve better. I've run businesses before. There is no business leader who would look at our political system and be like, yeah, this is working. You just be like, okay, like this is completely not working. So let's change this and move this and do that. And it's strange to me, Sarah, how we've just been so beaten down into accepting something that's threatening to destroy us, really. So millions of Americans want better. We can do better. And that's what I'm committed to helping build with the Forward Party. There's a better way forward for us and our kids.
Well, Andrew, what I want to say the most to you is the thing that I truly admire is is the lack of complacency that you have, because I think that the complacency in our politics is killing us and is allowing us to kind of be slowly marched into this political purgatory that we now exist in. While I don't know that I agree with you on some of the particulars, I certainly agree that action is much better than inaction and that we should be thinking about new ways to approach our politics in this moment, because I agree with you, it is ripe for some disruption. Andrew Yang, thank you so much for being here today. Thanks for joining us and watching the focus groups. I really appreciate it. And I hope you'll come back again soon.
Yeah, I would love that, Sarah. Thank you.
And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of The Focus Group. Make sure to join us next week because we are going to start doing our first breakdowns of the primaries with undecided voters. We've got Ohio next week, one of the most exciting Republican primaries out there. So I hope you'll join us and make sure that you go give us a rating on Apple Podcasts or follow us wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you next week. And welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and it is primary season. If you follow national politics, you have probably heard something about the Republican primary for Senate in Ohio, which has been a spectacle of candidates trying to out-MAGA one another. To give you an idea of just how nasty this race has gotten, two of the candidates had to be physically separated at a recent debate. The candidates are author J.D. Vance, former Ohio Treasurer Josh Mandel, businessman Mike Gibbs, former Ohio Republican Party Chair Jane Timken, and State Senator Matt Dolan, the only non-completely MAGA candidate in the race. We're going to hear from undecided Republican voters in Ohio right now, GOP primary voters, and discuss how the big themes of the race have landed. All of the people we talked to backed Trump in both 2016 and 2020, But most of these voters, I guess, are what political scientists or sometimes on TV, they call them low information voters, which I just want to be clear does not mean a dumb voter. It simply means somebody who does not follow politics like it's their job, which probably makes them a smart voter. And because they're slightly less plugged in politically, they're also somewhat less overtly partisan than a lot of the other groups we talk to and that you hear on this podcast. My guest today is Dave Weigel, national political reporter for the Washington Post. He's coming to us from Ohio on the ground and has been there during the home stretch of this race. He's also an old pal of mine. Dave, where are you in Ohio right now?
It's good to be here. I wish I had a more exciting dateline this second. I'm in Cleveland because I'm catching up with some candidates later today. But I've been to most of the corners of the state. I guess there's only 4. I've been to 3 quarters of the state covering the candidates over the last week.
Do you have like a connection to Ohio? I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you. I only mention it occasionally, like every 5 minutes, that I went to Kenyon College there in Ohio. So I love Ohio.
I like it. I started going there for stories in 2012. So I spent a week right before the 2012 election in a politically very different state. I was going to cover campaign stops by Bill Clinton in Appalachia, which did not happen in 2020 for a bunch of reasons. And so I've come here and I've seen the politics shift. I wouldn't say in real time because I've been back and forth. But I'm from Wilmington, Delaware, and I think it's okay that there's a Delaware County here. I'm not sure if it's legal, but I really enjoyed exploring it. I mean, you have in this race this smorgasbord of ethnic groups and political clubs, and a race that's kind of been flattened out because in the Republican primary, the Trump endorsement was the prize that every candidate except Dolan, as you were saying, was going for. And so you had some candidates trying to appeal to the usual different constituencies in Ohio. Then you had Trump coming in and I wouldn't say obliterating that, TBD, but really changing the way the electorate was moving in this race.
When you say it's changing, it's interesting because Ohio used to be sort of the consummate bellwether state. I remember Kenyon would kind of get famous around election time, because it was such a close state, a swing state. And now, I mean, I think it was Trump plus state in 2020. So when you say it's changed, what do you think has changed?
It's pretty simple. So you had, like in the rest of the Midwest, a white working class, non-college educated vote that was pretty split. You had unionized Democrats, generational Democrats in Eastern Ohio and Appalachia, and they stayed with the party. Even when Ronald Reagan was running for president, they were Democrats. Same kind of thing you see in parts of Michigan, parts of Pennsylvania. You had in 2016, I'd say more than 2014. You started to see some slippage in 2014 in those areas for Democrats. But in 2016, there was this gigantic swing over of a lot of those voters, hundreds of thousands of those white working class voters, to the Republican Party to vote for Donald Trump. And that was concentrated, again, in kind of the counties along the Ohio River, places like Trumbull County and the Mahoning Valley. Republicans barely even competed for generations in those places. They moved, and the Democratic Party, even if it ran candidates that were a little bit more ideologically akin to those voters, your Ted Stricklands, your Tim Ryans in his district, they still were shifting. The Republicans have done a very good job attaching the National Democratic brand to the party here, environmentalism, LGBT rights, gun control, all the things the Democrats could ameliorate on a little bit when they were more competitive in the state, they moved. I remember talking to Tim Ryan in 2020 about Joe Biden running, and he was very confident. You have to say this, but I believe he felt it, that Hillary Clinton was just a fluky, awful candidate for the state that year. He didn't say awful. Joe Biden was connecting in a way that she didn't. It didn't really happen. I mean, Joe Biden did not move the needle at all. You had 81 counties of 88 vote for Donald Trump, including Mahoning, which was unthinkable for years. Democrats have made up some of the losses by doing much, much better in suburban Cincinnati, suburban Columbus, and suburban Cleveland, but really not gaining anywhere else. They used to win a huge string of counties in the southeast part of the state. You've seen this, in focus groups, you've seen this around the country. The patterns that shifted white working class voters away everywhere have happened here. The problem for Democrats and the opportunity for Republicans is just there are not that many suburban Republicans, not as many non-white voters. The parts of the Democratic coalition they can kind of patch together to make up for this just aren't in enough number in the state to make up for those losses.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've basically encapsulated the political realignment that is making the world difficult for Democrats, which is that there are just a lot more white working class voters, especially in these swing states, including more of a Hispanic bloc, too. and there just aren't enough suburban voters. So anyway, let's get into it here, okay? I want to start by talking about J.D. Vance. He's fresh off Trump's latest endorsement, author of Hillbilly Elegy, celebrated by coastal elites as a look into the mind of the Trump voter. And he has since morphed into a MAGA tough guy after strongly condemning Trump in 2016. When I hear people play his old hits, I think, God, what a nice never Trumper he sounds like. He said a couple of months ago that he doesn't really care what happens in Ukraine one way or another, which is, I don't know, kind of wild even in a Republican primary these days. But let's listen to what the voters thought. And again, these are undecided voters, but let's hear what they think of Vance.
He kind of made his own way, coming from kind of a crummy ass background. So I feel like he's kind of a little bit more in touch than maybe some of the other candidates because he's been poor and middle class and well off at this point. At the same time, he has a military background, but it's not like it's in his ads, but it's not like, I'm into the military. I'm a great military guy. Military's great. And he just seems a little more, I don't know, relatable.
I think he's really pro small business. That's just something that's important to me and my family. So that's a big reason why I like what I see with him.
He comes from a blue collar town. He had a, regular upbringing, that he is big on small business, a lot of the typical Republican values that I believe in.
I think that everybody here kind of likes people that aren't real politicians. And I don't want to speak on behalf of any of you guys, but I would love a breath of fresh air.
A breath of fresh air, like a New Yorker celebrated author. It's not clear. I want to play one more segment before we talk about Vance, because it's not clear how much Trump's endorsement is going to influence their decision about whether to vote for Vance or not. But let's hear what they say about that.
Just because, Trump has supported Vance, it doesn't mean I'm going to necessarily vote for him.
It doesn't mean a whole lot to me as far as it's not going to make me go from hating someone to not hating them just because they're endorsed by someone else by any means.
I get the whole backing of a candidate, but show me what you are about, not what Trump thinks you're about.
So, Dave, as best I could tell from the reporters that I talked to, everybody is very, very interested in this question of what does Trump's endorsement do for a candidate? And I think a lot of people were surprised, including many Trump faithful, that he endorsed J.D. Vance. But as much as these voters say that Trump's endorsement doesn't matter to them, I just want to point out that a couple months ago, when we were doing focus groups in Ohio voters, J.D. Vance was barely registering with people. And, it was all Mandel all the time. Like him or hate him, that's who they'd heard of. And so I think that they may be discounting it, but this is the most positive Ohio group I've ever heard talk about J.D. Vance. And there's only one thing that's changed.
That's interesting because, again, I've been here a week and I came a couple months ago when Marjorie Taylor Greene was campaigning with Vance. And I was finding that Donald Trump's rally for Vance, I was finding voters just didn't know a lot about him. These are Trump voters who showed up for a Trump rally. It was nice that J.D. Vance was there. They liked his speech. But they had not been paying attention to literally a year of campaigning and attacks. And I'm pointing out in the story I'm writing about the race that there were anonymous texts that were coming to people in Ohio, and I got some by accident, that were just blasting his anti-Trump quotes from 2016, the period we're talking about, and saying, he's a never-Trumper, read this link. There was this really concerted effort to make it infamous how much he'd criticized Trump. And I talked to Vance about that, and he said, yeah, it really hurt. The first few months of the campaign, the Club for Growth kept him down, and he struggled to get off the mat. In the broader picture of the race, what happened was the Club for Growth that spent most of the money against Vance was endorsing Josh Mandel. After they thought they took care of Vance, just kept blasting everybody else. So Jane Timken, the former party chair, they used a quote she'd said about one of the congressmen who impeached Trump, and used that to say, well, she's anti-Trump too. And they took Mike Gibbons, they took some stuff he'd said about he's not part of a cult of personality around Trump. They took that and they beat him over the head with that. And they made it look like just there really was no pro-Trump candidate in the race. You were putting up the context, but in 2016, his argument and the argument in Hillbilly Elegy is, I'm from this part of the country that's been left behind. Donald Trump is not the answer. We need to be self-sufficient and challenge our culture and succeed. And that argument has evolved. I wouldn't say it's flipped, like a lot of people say. Again, I was in Youngstown yesterday, and the Youngstown Vindicator was asking a very good question. Said, hey, here are some quotes from your book about how we can't just blame China for the problems we're having. Why are you blaming China now? And he said, Well, you can have both. You need to have a theory of why we have been left behind, which is exploitation, free trade, China, and you have to challenge people and say they should be self-sufficient. And so he had a year to finesse that argument. I think he's done a pretty good job of it.
Interesting. You mentioned the Club for Growth had just been beating him up. They have not stopped now that Trump has endorsed him. They're like still, which I think is really interesting because I had been really thinking about the Club for Growth for a while now. It's kind of the Club for Trump, very pro-Trump. And so they're still out there. In fact, we've got an ad. I just want to play it really quickly. They just dropped a new ad against Vance post-endorsement. Let's listen to it.
The elites were right about Donald Trump, right? I'm a never Trump guy. Has Trump seen this? President Trump tweeting a surprise endorsement of Mitt Romney for his run.
How'd that turn out?
Look, I love Trump, but he's getting it wrong with J.D. Vance, too. I might have to vote for Hillary Clinton. People who voted for Trump voted for him for racist reasons. Where does he get off saying that?
We've got our own eyes and our own ears. J.D. Vance is a fraud.
In an earlier ad, the Club for Growth put out, it prompted Trump's assistant to text the Club for Growth, go F yourself. What do you make of this open war over the candidates in Ohio between Trump and Club for Growth?
I keep thinking of The Wire and Slim Charles saying, this is war. Doesn't matter who started it. Once you're in it, you're in it. And the Club for Growth is pot committed to supporting Mandel. They have a relationship with him. Donors have a relationship with him. And they simply are sticking to it. And look, the politics are different. Vance is a nationalist conservative of a kind that I think has been profiled very well recently. That is anti-free trade, social conservative, doesn't think tax cuts are the solution to problems, really wants to crack down on tech companies, break them up. You see this attitude on Tucker Carlson's show. That is not from completely overlapping with the Club for Growth, laissez-faire, free market, cut taxes attitude. So they do have disagreements with him and they want him to lose. But the disagreements are not that big that justify this level of spending, which has been immense. So Vance, actually, if he wins this race, in one way, it's a story of an underdog, because the last time he reported his finances, so in beginning of April, he had raised $2.5 million. I mean, that's compared to Mike Gibbons, the businessman, spent 17 plus. Matt Dolan, the guy who's not seeking the Trump endorsement, $11 million. Those are both self-funders. People had a lot of money. They outspent him. The club spent tons of money against him, and he was hit with about $6 million of attack ads. He was floated by Peter Thiel's Super PAC, which did not really tout his trade ideas as much as its focus was a little bit biography and a lot on immigration. He ran as more of a nationalist populist candidate than the club is comfortable with, but the club has let those people get through or get their support in other kind of primaries. Man, I don't see a ton of disagreement between some of Vance's positions and some of Mo Brooks's positions, and they're all in for Mo Brooks. But that has really flooded the race, and I would say with the Club for Growth, that is a sentiment I've heard. I have met a decent number of Republican voters who don't really trust Vance, not because he wrote for The Atlantic, because his book was a bestseller adapted by Ron Howard. Not that stuff. They just heard him say that stuff about Hillary and Trump, and they don't really trust him. I mean, he still gets questions. It's T-minus a few days till the primary, and I've been with him, and he still gets questions saying, I saw this ad. It says this about you. I'm not sure if I can trust you. And he does his best. Room by room, he can kind of convert people. But that attitude is there. Where is this guy? How do we know we can trust him? Is he as reliable a conservative as Mandel is? I think he has benefited from just Mandel is not really a dominant candidate. He never has been. He's always kind of rushed in with a lot of support and a lot of money, but struggled to close the deal.
What's interesting with these low information voters, and look, the undecided chunk in Ohio, it's getting smaller now, but it was pretty big there for a while, even with a lot of candidates in the race. But when we asked the low information voters, or these people who are not so plugged into politics, what they thought about his kind of changing course on Trump, they didn't care that much. Here, listen to what they said.
People are allowed to change their minds.
I don't know that I think it's flip-flopping as much as, Trump isn't always the most likable person. And so I think you can support what he does and not always like how he does it or things that he says. And so I think that's really all he's done is sort of kind of stood against some of the things that Trump has said. And that's been kind of labeled a flip-flop.
Who of us here who voted for him haven't sometimes thought, Jesus, why would you say that? Or the result was good, but the delivery wasn't quite right. I think all of us have had that love-hate relationship at some point, maybe. So flip-flopping on Trump is not a surprise.
I actually kind of loved these answers because it does remind you, right, that there's this whole cohort of people who aren't following this stuff super closely, and so they're not hard partisans.
Mhm.
And so, the fact that he was kicking Trump around, they're like, yeah, well, Trump was kind of a jerk sometimes. But the latest polling does have Vance now going from a pretty lagging fourth to the top of the pack. And so I think this is where Trump's endorsement is really helping.
Yeah, it's a crowded race, and it's not exactly 2016, but it's another case where, there are polls for other campaigns, for Gibbons, for Dolan, that have them ahead. Mandel's campaign claims ahead. Timken's the one who's kind of fallen off the map. She really needed that Trump endorsement, and there was a lot of work done to make sure she didn't get it. But that sentiment you're talking about, it's not unique to Trump. I mean, when Democrats were trying to sell Hillary Clinton to people, there was a lot of, well, yes, I admit she's made mistakes, but a lot of that. And there's a T-shirt I see Ohio and elsewhere that says, I would take $2 gas and a mean tweet right now. And sort of this compartmentalization, forgetting a lot of stuff that happened in the Trump years. It says everything was great, everything was awesome, except for his personality got him in trouble. The opinions of presidents, Trump is actually lagging on this. Opinions of presidents when they're out of office often shift upward. People say, remember that. Unless it's a Jimmy Carter situation where they have 100% negative association, they tend to increase. But even with Jimmy Carter, he's much more popular than he used to be. So I've seen that. And I would also add in Ohio, this is a good place to be someone like J.D. Vance, where you didn't support Trump from the beginning, but you came around to him. John Kasich beat Trump in the primary. Trump won the state big in the general election. But if you if you go back and met every single Ohio Republican voter in 2016, most of them didn't vote for Trump in the primary. And I've met a lot of them on the trail, and they kind of flagellate themselves for voting for John Kasich or voting for Ted Cruz instead of Donald Trump. So when someone like a Vance shows up and says, I wasn't there at the beginning, but I was wrong, I've seen him get applause for saying I was wrong. And it's a little bit remarkable if you've seen other Republicans go down, lose because of much less fulsome, attacks on Donald Trump than J.D. Vance ever gave. But it's real. I have seen it.
Yeah, and part of it too is like Trump's is letting him off the hook. I mean, not only endorsing him, but let's listen to what Trump said when people are like, "Why are you endorsing J.D. Vance? He was so mean about you."
You know what? He's a guy that said some bad shit about me. He did. But you know what? Every one of the others did also. In fact, if I went by that standard, I don't think I would have ever endorsed anybody in the country. You want to know?
So I had predicted that Trump would endorse Vance to my Bulwark colleagues, and it was really mainly over one thing where Trump doesn't like anything more than taking a never Trumper and just like breaking their spirit and making them go full MAGA. Like he just loves that.
Absolutely. And Vance did it personally. He also communicated through these channels that Trump takes very seriously. I mean, he was on Newsmax and
Tucker.
I mean, he was a constant guest on Steve Bannon. I should say, and who cares about reporters about this? He's been very helpful with reporters. I mean, there's campaigns that don't talk to people. He'll kind of jab an elbow if he thinks reporters are unfair, but he's been accessible. He's been very media forward, and he has just genuine talent as a candidate that some of the other people in this race were lacking. It was very clear in the debates. He just was better at debating. Timken was a little bit stuck on her talking points. He really is a non-politician. He's just a wealthy businessman with conservative views, and he kind of struggles to explain them on some things. Mandel was really over the top a lot of the time, just and the fight you mentioned at the top of the podcast where he confronts Gibbons on stage, that was like a 2-week fight over whether Gibbons saying he never worked in the private sector was some sort of insult of his military service. I mean, that was a fight that got into TV ads. If you're watching that, you're Donald Trump. It looks like some of these guys are tripping over themselves, and one guy is very confident. And I think that definitely helped Vance secure that endorsement. He also had a strategy that it was pretty blatant. They'd talk about it, which was, all right, everyone wants the Trump endorsement. Everyone wants Trump allies, surrogates to endorse him, which you've seen people who supported Trump endorse other candidates. Corey Lewandowski went to work for Timken, etc. Their strategy was, we're the candidate that people think is anti-Trump. So when we get a Robert Lighthizer, when we get a Marjorie Taylor Greene, when we get somebody from Trump world, we kind of want to put them in front of us like a shield, like a phalanx. And if you think that J.D. Vance is anti-Trump, well, why don't you talk to Robert Lighthizer about it? He thinks that he's the best Trump candidate on trade. So they really just had a thought-through strategy of what do we take about the Trump message And the narrative was, this is a guy who's from the heartland, came up with nothing, didn't like Trump, but has discovered that MAGA was right all along. I mean, that's a very simple narrative. And other candidates, once they got questioned, hey, for example, Mandel has been hit by Donald Trump Jr. for not campaigning for Trump in 2016 or 2020. And when those guys are asked about that, they don't have a great answer. Where Vance's answer, ironically, of, yeah, I was wrong, is very straightforward and very relatable to a lot of Ohio Republicans.
Totally. Well, let's talk about Josh Mandel, the other main character in this race. He's been running for office in Ohio off and on for over a decade, even though he's only 44. And some of the focus group members talked about what a baby he looked like. So he was a Rubio guy in 2016 before morphing into this MAGA diehard. And when you say over the top is right. Listen to just a little bit from his stump.
I want to say it very clearly for every journalist here, for everyone watching out home, for everyone here in the church. I believe this election was stolen from Donald J. Trump. We need to get rid of this January 6th commission and replace it with a November 3rd commission.
So these Mandel comments, they get a lot of national attention because he sounds like such a weirdo. But the Ohio voters that we talked to had sort of a more generic critique of Mandel as a political candidate. Let's listen to what they said.
I'm not impressed and not impressed. He always talks about being in the military, which is fine. He looks younger than he is. You're like, good Lord, is he old enough to vote? Impression-wise, I can't really say I know enough about him that I've made a final decision, but he's not in one of my top ones to really look at, I don't think.
Not a fan of him at all. I don't know, just to me, it's all about the military for him. He just comes across very arrogant, in my opinion. I don't know. It just doesn't come down to earth and just not for me at all.
He's been perpetually running for Ohio office for the past 10 or 15 years. And I think he might have won one of those races, but he's like a perpetual candidate. And he really tries to out-conservative all the other conservatives. And I don't think he has a very good track record of success.
He keeps using the military, which I have a deep respect for the military, but I'm not sure that that's something that you should like. When candidates, keep running to that same type of thing that is a sort of irrelevant, it makes me question like substance a little bit.
So, Dave, I find Josh Mandel to be repellent. To be clear, I kind of find J.D. Vance to be repellent too, but Mandel is like, there's something, I don't know, sociopathological about him. But like, what are you hearing on the ground about him, or what's your impression of how he's run this race?
Well, those voters really pinpointed it. So Mandel has been running forever, and he's also just a terrible person to make the argument that Vance was not a true MAGA candidate. He was a Democrat. He was a college Democrat. And then Sergeant Iraq came back, ran for office, and won as a Republican, had a meteoric rise, and got more right-wing over the years. He just did. And so he led with his chin when he suggested that Vance is a latecomer to MAGA, because it's very easy to find videos of him doing what was the mainstream Republican thing at whatever time he was running. And that was endorsing campaigning with Mitt Romney in 2012. That was endorsing Marco Rubio in 2016. And so he is a loyal Republican, but ideologically has been harder to pin down. He's been doing it for more than a decade. Vance emerged on the scene 6 years ago. And so that idea, too, that he leans on his military service, it's all he talks about, what else is going on, that is noticeable. In his ads, I mentioned the fight with Gibbs, which I think alienated a lot of people. I mean, his poll numbers dropped after that. It's every ad. I mean, one of his slogans is "Send in the Marine." He's invoked the military service and used the photos in every ad. Now, there are candidates who do that. Like Tom Cotton does that. If you have military experience, you generally talk about it, but it can put people off if it is all that you talk about, or if it is your answer to everything, which is what it became for Mandel. If you criticize me, you're criticizing a veteran and a warfighter. And Vance, I think, had a benefit here, which is that he was a Marine. He served in the public affairs side. He's not like John Kerry 2004 telling war stories, talking about his war buddies. I even noticed in the movie adaptation of Hillbilly Elegy, it barely mentions that he served military. It wasn't a big part of his story And it's not a big part of the story for this campaign. Just, yeah, I served. And I feel like that has hit people a little bit better because there are people who find it obnoxious, especially if they served, if it's somebody who's banging the table again and again, talking about nothing else.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Vance had kind of a breakout moment. Like he really capitalized on that low moment between Mandel and Gibbons by saying, he kind of like rounded up after that fight by saying, you know what, Josh Mandel, I think the way that you demagogue the military is disgraceful. And I think gave voice to what a lot of people felt about how he was doing it. Hey, but just speaking of Gibbons really quickly, Gibbons in the polling, which I don't know how reliable this Ohio polling is. It's just all over the map, and they all have their internals, and they're all winning in their internals. But Gibbons, as Vance and Mandel were kind of going at it, Gibbons had kind of emerged as a front runner and now seems to have dropped back. Was that the fight too? Is Gibbons like a dark horse here who could break through, or what's your feeling on him?
Yeah, well, Gibbons ran in 2018 for Senate. He jumped in with kind of the same campaign. I'm a businessman who's not a politician who supported Donald Trump from the beginning. I'm an outsider. And he has, he's not unlimited wealth, but he's wealthy enough to self-fund a ton of TV advertisements, bus tour, all this stuff. And there are periods, and we see this in lots of campaigns. We saw this, Michael Bloomberg surges and then he collapses. If you're alone on the air, you can do pretty well. So for a while, if you're watching TV in Ohio, the candidate you were hearing the most positive stuff about was Mike Gibbons. And he, as a candidate, is just not a natural. There's such a thing as a natural politician. He is just really kind of normal guy who's into politics. And so sometimes when Ukraine comes up or some issues comes up, he doesn't have an immediate position on them. Vance has made fun of him, saying he can't string 4 words together and make a sentence, which is a little bit mean, but he had a ton of money to introduce himself and a pretty good story to tell. But he's not been an exciting candidate. He also, and Timken has the same problem, they haven't really told a story, a theme. Like, they really did bounce from theme to theme to theme, depending on what was in the news. Timken especially. Timken, it was school, it was parents' rights, it was immigration, it was inflation, and there wasn't a clear theme there. Gibbons did the same thing, just blasting on every single issue. And once other candidates emerged and had some time to do something a little more consistent and coherent, he suffered. And it wasn't even from that confrontation on stage. But his theory of things is, I got momentum, and then other candidates went in the air, and a lot of it was negative, and I fell.
Well, it's funny. You mentioned Jane Timken, who's now running dead last. She did surprisingly well in this focus group. Let's listen to what voters had to say for her.
I just can see her as someone that can just connect with a lot of people and is likable. Is doing a lot. Even as a Republican, she's doing a lot of I could see her capturing undecided voters.
She's probably in one of my top ones of the ones that are running, just from the background I've seen on her and things like that. Because again, she doesn't seem like she's a politician, and she ain't an old guy. And she seems very relatable and likable.
I think she was kind of wanting to be kind of the Trump candidate for the Senate race and big on jobs and economy, obviously talking lower taxes, looking at how can she help individual, especially with this rising inflation, big on education. So overall, I think positive things.
Were you surprised to see her get so much from this group?
Yeah, when I was seeing these answers, I was surprised because one thing I've heard Republicans don't like to talk about is she had this ad, try and make a splash. It did. I don't think I think it splashed back on her, where she walks into a room with pictures of the other candidates, not Dolan, but the other kind of MAGA lane candidates, and says, "We all know guys who have to overcompensate for something." The innuendo, I don't need to explain a woman talking about men overcompensating, but it was kind of a labored way to say I was with Trump from the beginning and these guys weren't. And there's a lot of that just asserting I was with Trump since the beginning. She also, I keep mentioning the debates. Maybe I rate them a little bit higher than the average voter, but she really stuck to a couple lines in the debates. For example, I'm a mom on a mission. I'm going to lead with grace and grit. You shouldn't punish a candidate if they're on message, but she often seemed when someone like Vance was ready or kind of bold and taking a new stance, she wasn't. I mean, one thing that I think was important in the race that has not been mentioned as much in the close is there's this debate in Congress is debating whether to raise the debt limit for a couple years at the end of 2021. And Vance just kind of on a whim says, I think they should shut down the government until they get rid of the vaccine mandate. And it was a good example of just kind of thinking on his feet, taking a hardline conservative position that no one else had tested. And I'm not trying to damn Timken by comparing to Vance, but she's never really done that. And she's kind of been, when an issue's been bubbling up, she's like parents' rights, like school board, she jumped onto me. One of the smartest things she did was spending some campaign resources to help school board candidates in 2021 in the off-year elections. But she couldn't really capitalize on that. And she also, I think, spent money ineffectively. I mean, I mentioned that she was paying Corey Lewandowski a retainer to work for the campaign. That did really nothing. This is one of those Trump endorsements I think made less sense than the ones Vance has. Lewandowski wasn't out there defending her Trump bona fides. It was just, hey, I also work for Trump and she worked with us and she's fine. So telling the story of how she turned Ohio red, I think it made some sense. It has not cohered. It's only a couple polls that have showed her lagging, but it's very clear she needed, and her strategy was, to get some momentum and get Trump to endorse her and be the Trump choice because she was generally pretty acceptable to people. I mean, one striking thing in that Fox poll that shows Vance up is she's the least liked candidate. I think that has a lot to do with just that one ad and with not really finding another way to break out and reintroduce herself to voters. And that's right. And in that focus group you see, she had some natural appeal. I mean, she's one of those candidates where I think the advertising and the scripting of what she did in public just is not as natural as her on the trail. Like the reasons that she has a lot of fans within the party, the reason that she was popular with the grassroots, it hasn't really translated to the TV stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, I just want to ask you about Dolan really quickly. So Gibbons and Dolan, neither of them were registering at all with the voters, but Dolan is the only one who isn't running explicitly as a MAGA candidate. In fact, not an anti-Trump candidate, but kind of like a move past Trump candidate. And in my world of disaffected, sad Republicans, he's a heavy favorite. And so there's a few polls that have shown him gaining of late. And there's a theory kicking around that, if it's the same as the Gibbons thing, but if Vance and Mandel kind of destroy each other here going into the end, that you end up with somebody like Gibbons sneaking through. You think there's any merit to that?
I think it is possible. I'll back up a second. There's two candidates who I think had a strategy from the beginning of the race that has played out. Vance's strategy was reintroduce himself as somebody who now is a real Trump nationalist MAGA candidate. Dolan's strategy was don't bother with the Trump stuff and say everyone else is focused on somebody else while I'm focused on Ohio. And he has steadily built support from nothing. It helped that he has some personal wealth that he can put into it. A thing that honestly hurt him, that again, Vance took advantage of, was the Dolan family owns Cleveland's baseball team, which over the course of the race changed its name from the Indians to the Guardians. And that is just such an easy thing to attack in a race where wokeness, the threat of wokeness, changing culture, all that stuff, where that does anger voters, that motivates Republican voters. I definitely say, let's say the polls are surprising and Dolan comes second to Vance by a couple points. I think that might have been decisive because he's had to keep reintroducing himself from that. But his strategy has been sound. And he has not been anti-Trump. So, and it's honestly a little bit like Glenn Youngkin's strategy in Virginia, which is, I'm not running about Trump. He's got his own race. We need election integrity, sure, but let's move on from 2020. I mean, he's actually said we need to move on. Trump needs to move on. We can't govern if we don't move on. But he's run as like a conservative candidate who's done conservative things. All his ads emphasize border control, attacking Biden, talking about open borders, tax cuts, anti-abortion. I mean, he's not a liberal Republican, ever like Larry Hogan. He's not. He's running as a conservative who just thinks everyone else is playing a silly game with Trump. And it's been pretty effective. I mean, no poll has shown him, except for some internals, running away with it. But he has steadily built that support.
So do you have a prediction? Do you think it's Vance?
I think Vance has the momentum. He says on the trail that they now see the campaign like winning solidly. The only thing they're worried about is like last minute attacks, moving people back away from him. Because you mentioned the Club for Growth ad. That's back on the air. You turn on TV and it's you can't trust this guy. He hates Trump. I think the combination of how big the field is, nobody's getting out of the way. There's some people sunk in with the air candidates. I think he can win this with a plurality. I see a bigger path for him than anyone else who's running.
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you as a last question before we wrap here. Tim Ryan, I've been pretty interested in this race, not just because the Republican side's such a circus, but Tim Ryan is running as kind of a Sherrod Brown type of Democrat. I think that the Democrats would do well to have more candidates like him in key places. And I always thought if it was Mandel, because people really do dislike Mandel, actively dislike him, that Tim Ryan stood actually a real shot, even though the state has gotten really red. I'm not so sure about that with Vance, but what do you make of the general election potential for Ryan?
Ryan is probably the most promising candidate the Democrats could have run. I mean, there was an effort to draft Amy Acton, who was the state health director during COVID. I think that would have been a disaster, just the way people's minds have changed on the importance of pandemic preparedness, like it or not. Ryan also did something, again, there's been so much blundering in this race. Whenever something smart happens, they take note of it. Ryan did something very smart. His first TV ad was, they did a couple spots where they kind of recreate his stump speech and in a high school gym. And he's talking about the threat of China, how there's one word that he's going to fight China. China's taking their jobs. He mentions it like a dozen times in the ad. This got natural earned media attention because there are Asian American political groups that said this was offensive. This was going to create more anti-Asian discrimination, hate. He has a left-wing primary opponent who attacked him for it. He didn't back down on it. And he wasn't tweeting through it or being obnoxious about it. He just said, no, I've been saying this for years. This is my message. And so he kind of introduced himself pretty quickly as a Democrat who will stick to that, and which is important for Ryan because he also has evolved over the years. He was, when he was first elected in 2002, a pro-life Democrat, pro-life for a very long time. I mean, really until he started to look more at running for president, which he did. As Republicans moved out the field on abortion, and we're talking about full bans, he moved off from that. So he has moved left in important ways over the years, and also Vance has started talking about him at events the last few days, and his argument will be he is a Biden Democrat, Pelosi Democrat who has represented Northeast Ohio, and it hasn't gotten any better since he represented it. One of his lines is, only in politics can you have a job for 20 years, fail at it, and ask for a promotion. Ryan is pretty ready for that. I mean, I actually, before I heard Vance say that, I asked him, hey, if I were to run against you, I would say he's been representing Youngstown, and, did he fix Youngstown? I mean, he can just go on like the old Micro Machines commercials about like all of the various companies that have done something in the district or new businesses that have started. It's like, yes, and he will talk about the stuff that has come to the district. He's pretty good at it. He can go on autopilot. But yeah, the argument will be, as much as Ryan is right with voters on China, on trade, on a couple of those things, as much as you can talk about stuff he's passed, it is a Republican state. It is a good Republican year. And I think Vance does have some good counterpunches. As the outsider who nobody can blame for things not being great, that's going to be his argument.
But do you think he stands a chance?
I'd say a slim chance. I mean, just in this environment, there has been early polling where he does pretty well. I think I'd say he's running. And this is happening a lot around across the country. Democrats running smart early campaigns with enormous headwinds. Like if this was a 2018 race between Josh Mandel and Tim Ryan, I'm pretty sure Tim Ryan would win that. Not by a lot, maybe like by a couple points like Sherrod Brown did. This race, I think just those dynamics are tough, but it's a good test where you're going to have a candidate who's never run before as an outsider and has some natural talent. You're going to have a candidate who's running forever, has thought about a statewide race forever, and is pretty good at breaking with the National Democratic Party and sticking to it. So I think he's going to run a good campaign. He has so far, but this year, I mean, it's going to be tough. Just the same way I met amazing Republican candidates who did everything right in 2018. It just wasn't going to happen.
Well, Ohio is going to be a fun one to watch all the way through. Dave Weigel, thanks so much for watching the focus groups and for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Loved having you here. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of the focus group. We'll be back. It's primary season, so we got a lot more primaries coming up. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and today we've got kind of a weird one for you. So you may have noticed that some of the Bulwark employees have been down for the count. Several of us got COVID. JVL, Tim, and I all out of service this last week, and as a result, I wasn't able to tape this week's episode with Josh Crashour, which I was really looking forward to. He and I are going to have to do a makeup here. But I didn't want to leave you guys hanging without any focus group content today. So I'm taping this on Sunday night, and here's what I was thinking. I sat and I watched the first half of the North Carolina focus group, and it occurred to me that I often don't. You guys kind of, we always pull out the bits for you guys to listen to, kind of the key, especially the political insights, or we're doing it topic by topic, and so we're really trying to pull out the specific clips that relate to that. So today I thought maybe we just let you listen to the first half unfiltered. My colleague Megan was sitting in for me while I was out. Really got knocked out for 3 days there. And she has a great conversation with this group from mostly North Carolina. It's 7 people, 6 people from North Carolina. There's 1 woman from Alabama. And they're all Trump 2016 and 2020 voters. But she asked them a lot about what they think about the Republican Party, how they're thinking about politics these days, how they're thinking about the world. And we always start these focus groups the same way, where we ask people, how do you think things are going in the country? We ask them about a number of different politicians, from Mitt Romney to Liz Cheney to Mitch McConnell to Ron DeSantis. And I thought what we'd do today is just let you hear it unfiltered. There's a great moment where we had asked a group right after Kevin McCarthy, those tapes had kind of blown up, the internet, and they were all over cable TV about him saying he was going to call on Trump to resign. And, a day after that happened, we were doing a focus group with Ohio voters. And, I asked them if they'd heard anything about Kevin McCarthy, and they just stared at me blankly. And when prompted, a couple people said, "Oh yeah, I guess," and they just didn't really care about it. And it's one of the reasons I love focus groups, because there are things that we can obsess about on Twitter or in the political world, on cable news, and it is such a stark reminder of how little of it breaks through. Sometimes because we're in these incredible media silos, and sometimes just because people do not follow politics all the same way. Lots of people, they're working and they got lives, and they're not following this stuff closely, and so a lot of it just doesn't penetrate. And we had a similar moment in this group that you'll hear with Madison Cawthorn, where we've all been seeing all of the things that have been coming out about him. It was interesting to hear the North Carolina people try to recall. They kind of know he's got some issues, but nobody kind of clocked the lacy whatever it is that those pictures surfaced. That stuff, people think, oh, this is going to destroy him in his district, and talk to a bunch of North Carolina Republicans and they don't know anything about it. And when you prompt them, it's kind of there, but it's certainly not making any difference in how they're thinking about politics. So without further ado, we're going to cheat this week, and I'm just going to let you listen to Unfiltered, the first hour of this discussion with this North Carolina group. And we will be back next week with the normal format.
Thanks for making the time for everybody joining today. Everybody here has pretty important primaries coming up for the November midterm elections. So I guess that's why there are quite a few people here from the same areas. But who plans to vote in the upcoming primary, Republican primary in North Carolina and Alabama? Everybody? Okay, great. Great. And let me see a show of hands. Who voted for Trump in 2016? Everybody. Okay. I want to go around one more time pretty quickly and tell me how you think things are going in the country. I'll start with David.
I think they're going absolutely horrible. I mean, it's unbelievably bad. I work in construction. I work in construction management, and it's impossible to get any kind of materials. Or it's harder to get any kind of materials. And then we can't get any pricing for materials that they will hold their pricing for. And anything petroleum based is flying off the pricing. It's absurd right now. People, I'm not that old, but older people are also saying they've never seen anything like this. So it's not going in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Aaron, what do you think?
It's very similar. I think things are disastrous. I made a comment to somebody the other day that I think this this first year since our president's been in office, whoever the next president is, I think it'll take all 4 years to get this first year straightened back out again. And similar to David, when I said I had a part-time job, I drive cars part-time for a car dealership, and we can't get any inventory in either. We get 3 or 4 or 5 new cars a week in, and by the time they hit the door, 3 or 4 of them are already sold. So it's just supply issues are horrible right now.
Betsy, how about you? What do you think?
I think it's going definitely in the wrong direction. A lot of my retirement accounts are dropping. I've never seen it drop like this. And I don't know what else to say. One of my biggest issues why I voted for Donald Trump to begin with, because of the border situation. And it was being fixed before he left office, and now it's undone. So that's one of my biggest concerns, is the border issue.
Brandon, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with those guys. Betsy too. I mean, it's just, I'm in transportation, particularly trucks and over-the-road trucking. We can't get parts. We can't get trucks. We can't get anything done. It's just at a standstill, and the cost of fuel's out of the roof. So that's hurting my customers, and it's just a mess.
Mm-hmm. Susan, how do you think things are going?
Inflation is rampant, and the illegal aliens is rampant. I'm about in tears the way the country is going. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Richard, what do you think?
Yeah, I think everybody's echoing about the same thing. About the only thing different I would add in there that hadn't already been said is, quite frankly, I think we're an embarrassment on the world stage.
James, how do you think things are going?
Yeah, no different than everyone else. I mean, we all see the same stuff at the gas pumps, the grocery store, everywhere. There's, even my wife's commenting, where's all the groceries, right? So definitely the wrong direction, I think, from like Richard mentioned, from a world stage, from a world point of view as well. I think we've lost all respect from the world. So definitely not the direction that we want to see it go. I think the way that I figured it would go, but not the way we wanted it to go.
Mm-hmm. Everybody here, can you show me your hands if you consider yourself a Republican? We screened for formers, but it sounds like everybody here is a current Republican. I want to talk a little bit about the current Republican Party in general. And I want to go around one more time, and I'll start with David. I'm curious, how do you feel about the direction the party is headed, and how do you feel that it closely most represents you and your values?
I think they're in the right direction. I don't know that they've changed a whole lot, but I like their direction. And I think they're gaining lots of momentum because everybody's seeing what a ridiculous, horrible job the Democrats have done. And they're pulling away from the Democrats and sliding over to the Republicans. So I think the Republicans are only getting stronger.
And you said you recently became a Republican. So were you kind of in that boat that you got pulled over a couple of years ago?
You know, I don't know what I was 2 years ago. I mean, I wasn't that into politics a couple of years ago. It took me time to figure out what I was.
Mm-hmm. Had you voted for Democrats at that point?
I guess I don't really know. I mean, I'm in my 40s, but I've been voting for 20 years, but I've never been this involved. And I've actually told my kids this, of like, it used to be, you know, you'd have a Democrat, Republican, wasn't that big of a change or difference between the two, but it seems like the delta between the two is just growing and growing and growing. And so extreme right now. So I'm more aware of the politics.
Mm-hmm. And so you just follow them a lot closer, I guess?
Yes.
Got it. Aaron, how about you? What do you think of the current party, and how does it reflect who you are and what you believe?
Yeah, I don't think the Republican Party's necessarily lost their direction in the last 14 months or whatever. I think they're still, their values, my values are very similar to each other. You know, the upcoming elections are going to be very interesting to see what happens, to where they can gain a little bit more momentum and come out on top. And I think their values will override some of the things that are going on today. But I think it follows what the way I think and the way the Republican Party thinks pretty much matches my opinions.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Betsy? What do you think of the current party?
That's one reason why I switched over. When I first started to vote, I was a Democrat. Everybody was Democrat. My parents were Democrats. My grandparents were Democrats. I mean, Southerners are usually Democrats. And they used to be for the people, but not so much anymore. So I switched over and so I'm just voting Republican. I don't like the spending that's going on. I don't like the direction the Democratic Party is going. I don't like cares for the squad too much. And the Republican Party is just more in line in my views, from even a religious standpoint to a character standpoint of what I think a party should be.
Do you remember what kind of the turning point was where you kind of, I guess, switched over to?
When I got older and wiser. When 18, you're still not there. Your bottle hadn't exactly completely formed, So probably in my 30s, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if there was like a candidate or a race and then you didn't look back.
I want to think in 2012 when I voted for Mitt Romney. That's probably when it started to transform from the Jimmy Carter era. I don't think that was old. I didn't vote for that, and I think I didn't even vote for Reagan. So I didn't even vote then. Unfortunately, I was in college, and so now I think that was the 2012 election. Yeah, because I did not vote for Obama both times. So.
Can I get a show of hands? Who else voted Romney 2012? You can remember.
Question I don't remember.
Oh my gosh, who doesn't remember? Aaron doesn't remember.
I don't remember.
Susan, Brandon, David.
Who else ran?
It was between Romney and Obama.
It was Obama.
I would have voted for Romney.
Okay.
I would have voted for Romney.
That's different now, though.
All Romney voters, I see. Okay. Brandon, how about you? Tell me what you think about the current.
Yeah, I mean, they're in line with, my beliefs. We just got to take control of it again. And that's, I'm scared of is not getting it back for another 4 years. That's the biggest thing to me.
How about you, Susan?
They're right where I did. What's that?
Oh, no.
It's a disaster.
Okay.
I definitely hope that we can get back. And I've been a Republican off and on. Usually I vote for the candidate instead of the party. So, it depends on who's running.
Mm-hmm. But you identify with the current party and the direction. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How about you, Richard?
Same thing. I mean, I guess by the time it gets around to everybody, a lot of things have been said, but I am definitely Republican, always voted Republican. I'm like, I think it was Betsy. I was in school when Reagan was in, but if I could have voted for Reagan, I would have voted for Reagan. But yeah, to me, it's just automatic. The only thing different I would add, just trying to think of something different, is in North Carolina, there's too many Republicans going after the other Republican, and then it's going to break down the vote and cause us to lose the vote. So I just wish everybody get on one boat and go forward. But, Trump's came here. He's made his desires known. And, I think those of us that have experienced one candidate in that Republican race would not go back to that candidate. And that would follow suit. Best way I can say it would follow suit to Trump's wishes and desires.
Who are you speaking about?
McCrory.
McCrory. Yeah.
I'm not. That's not where I'm voting this time. Those of us from Charlotte know him from Charlotte. That's been there for a long time. He was a good mayor. Don't know how much I appreciated his governor.
Not very.
I wanted to get all the about the races in 22, and I want to talk about McCrory. So that's helpful. James, what do you think about the party?
think they're aligned for the most part. I mean, there's some who are a little more conservative, physically conservative, and I guess you could say religiously conservative that I align more so with. I think there's some that are trying to walk that line to not make anybody mad, but I think for the most part, they definitely align more than the Democratic Party. And sometimes I lean a little more libertarian in some areas, which, throws a little bit of a wrench in my voting. But I think for the most part, they definitely align more so than much more so than the Democratic Party.
Aaron brought this up and said how he doesn't think he's seen a change in the party since Trump left office. Does anybody feel like they've seen a change in the party?
I do.
How?
In that they have seen, other people have seen what he was doing was working and was a good thing, and they're getting more on board with him, with the American First thing, and thinking that it's not a bad thing to put America first. And why are we, funding all this stuff overseas and not, getting compensated for it? And seeing the ridiculousness that Trump looked at it as a businessman and said, this is just baloney.
So you think the only real change is that other candidates and people in the party have gotten more aligned with Trump and his platform and his messages? Yeah. And does anybody else disagree with that? Agree. I want to ask you guys about some labels that Republicans get a lot. When I say MAGA Republican, what do you think of?
Trump.
Pro-Trump.
Trumpster.
Trump.
Trump definitely was Trump ways,
With red hat.
Yep.
And do you think it has a positive or negative connotation?
Positive.
Yeah.
It's positive for Republicans. It might not be.
It depends who's looking at it.
Besides Trump, when you hear if somebody's labeled as being MAGA or a MAGA Republican, does anybody else come to mind? Any other people in the party?
Probably Ron DeSantis.
Your first thought's Trump, though.
Yeah. What about when I say rhino? Does anyone not know what that means?
I don't think I do.
And does anybody know what it means?
Republican in name only. Never on me. Never on me.
You're skipping ahead to my question. So
Sorry.
Anybody besides Romney? No. Does anybody besides Romney come to mind when you hear a Republican in name only?
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham.
I'll say not me in particularly, but just people that are say they're Republican, but they're not strong enough to stand up and support openly and proudly the Republican values.
Mm-hmm. I want to go around again, and I'm going to switch it up this time because we can't be leaving Richard in the back every time. But it's just so everybody here voted for Romney, even if you don't remember you voted for Romney. And so I want you to kind of talk to me about how why you think of him differently or why he wouldn't get your vote again. And I'll start with James.
I think back then it was more of a vote against Obama than it was a vote for Romney, in my case. Romney now has taken some stances that are a little further to the left of the party, a little more moderate than what I would like to see. And so for that reason, he's not the Republican that I would want to model myself or my candidate after.
Got it. How about you, Richard?
I agree. He's more Democrat than he is Republican in my book. Back in 2012, I actually got to see him in 2011 prior to, and he actually went to Mooresville right outside of Charlotte. And, his talk and walk at that time sounded different than what it turned out to be after the fact. But yeah, he's not somebody I could vote for again.
Okay. How do you think about it, Susan?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I just voted against Obama, and I'm not sure, exactly what the platform was. I know since Trump became available, I've been really pro-Trump because I really believe in Make America Great Again.
Mhm. And do you have any thoughts on who Romney is now?
I haven't kept up with her.
Okay. Brandon, what about you?
Yeah, same thing. I was more anti-Obama. Really didn't have a lot to do with Romney. But like everyone else has said, I mean, he's gone further away from where I stand.
Betsy.
My vote for Romney was not so much against Obama. I just didn't think Obama had the experience to run. Just 2 years in Congress or whatever. And I don't trust Mitt Romney now like I did before, since he's so against some of the core values that Trump brought in to making America great again. The pipeline and things like that we don't have anymore. We're not oil independent anymore. So that's a trust thing for me now. He's shown his ways. He's, in the past 10 years, not to be somebody to trust.
How about you, Aaron? Didn't remember you voted for him, but
well, I didn't. But and here's the thing: Susan said early on today how she's always voted for the candidate, not necessarily the party. My first probably 15 to 20 years of voting, I was just voting Republican. I'd walk in and push the Republican button, so everybody that was Republican got my vote. I really didn't take the time to really investigate and learn about the candidate, what they stood for. I just knew I was a Republican. And I thought that's the way the country should be run. Once Trump came along, to me, not only is he Republican and I followed his values, but he made politics a little more exciting for me. So I started to learn, although I have not yet for the primaries for North Carolina yet, but I started to take the time to learn a little bit more about the candidate. So I was not voting for Romney. I was not voting against Obama. I was just voting Republican.
Voting for the party, yeah.
Yes.
I'm seeing a lot of people nodding along, and Betsy's kind of showed her cards here that she's voted Dem before. Who else has voted for a Democrat for president? Hands.
How long ago?
For any time, even in early days. Okay. And is everybody else down? Well, and James, I know you. Did you vote third party libertarian sometimes?
Not in presidential election, no, but in local races or Senate races.
Mm-hmm. So David, Brandon, Richard, are you guys like Aaron, down ballot Republicans?
I've been in the past, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so Aaron, when we talk about Romney now, what makes you not interested?
Because I don't think he does follow the objectives of the other Republicans from what I know of the other Republicans, he's nowhere near on the same track.
Got it. David, tell me how you think about it.
I don't think he's a strong, staunch Republican. I think he is more likely to cater to side and be bullied by like maybe the squad, where he's not going to stand up and just say, "This is me. This is what I stand for. This is what we stand for as Republicans." I just don't think he's a strong leader.
Mm-hmm. A few people brought up the wall, but what were you guys hoping Trump would accomplish in his second term? What were you looking forward to?
I would love for him to come back, finish the wall, pull us out of this recession that we will be in by then. Make America strong, deal with this stuff with Russia. Everything that this has been repeated time and time again.
Yeah, keep the economy going like it was and flying and moving in the right direction, making those business decisions that need to be made. That's what's killing us now. It's just we spend on crap. I mean, just that I think it's just throwing away the money.
I'm not sure there'll be as many. I'm sure there would be new initiatives that would come around if he had gotten a second term, but definitely, like Brandon just said, continue what he had built over 4 years, and we'd still be in the same shape we were in 6, 7, 8 years ago, or 4, 5, 6 years ago.
I don't think that Putin would have invaded Ukraine if Trump was around. I think he was afraid of Trump. He wouldn't have crossed that line. And you wouldn't have as many people pouring into this country as they are already out the border. if you had Trump, because they was making him wait in Mexico for the hearings, their asylum hearings, which is the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to go to the country that's next to you to claim asylum, not trek all the way up to the United States here. I mean, think the Ukrainians that are leaving, they're going to Poland, which is the next country over. That's the right way to go, you know.
I've heard this in a lot of other focus groups, actually, that a lot of people think that Putin either wouldn't have invaded with Trump in office, or I've kind of heard it two different ways. Wouldn't have invaded with Trump in office, and also was waiting for somebody like Biden in office before he would invade. You guys agree with that?
Yeah. Somebody,
absolutely.
Somebody run over.
You know, Biden's been in office almost about 2 years now. Trump's been out, but he's still been around. What would you guys like to see him do next? What, you know, do you want him to have a role in the party? Do you want him to stay in politics? Do you want him to, he's got a lot of media and social media ventures. Do you think that's helpful?
Like to see him run again.
Yeah. Show of hands for who would like to see him run again.
I don't know that he would, but yeah, I'd like to see it. In fact, I was coming back from the coast a couple of weekends ago, and I saw a bumper sticker on the back of a car that said Trump DeSantis 2024. And I got a big kick out of that.
Yeah. And he's already said he's not going to have his former, who was his vice president?
Pence.
Pence. He said he wasn't going to have Pence. He's upset with Pence. So, but no, in fact, I've seen bumper stickers that say, "Miss me yet?"
Yeah.
Who here likes Pence?
You know, I kind of liked him. I didn't see anything wrong with him, but you know, I don't have anything against him. So I think he kind of kept Trump a little calmer, maybe. You know, so I don't know.
Who said they were neutral on him?
Me, Aaron. I'm pretty neutral on him.
Yeah.
What if? I mean, Trump has mentioned, like, floated it out, he might run again. Pence has definitely mentioned he wants to run for president, not vice president. Who would consider Pence for president?
It depends if the other candidate is what we got currently would have to be yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like, even in a Republican primary, like.
Oh, that's what I thought you meant in the primary.
Yeah, somebody that you would.
It depends on who you get in the primary. He wouldn't be my first choice up front.
No, it seems like he, you know, even with the vice president, he was just kind of in the background. So I don't know if he has that. I mean, he's got the leadership, but we just didn't see it, maybe. But I don't know if he has that leadership quality to push through like Trump. So, you know, that personality is, you know, go out and get them versus, you know, you still need that counterpart that's maybe going to be the quieter down there. And that's what I see from Pence. So, I mean, like I said, I'm more with Aaron on the neutral side with him.
Who else do you guys like? Who else would you want to see kind of throw the hat in the ring for 24?
I like Nikki Haley. I like Condoleezza Rice. She's interesting. There's one more, Marco Rubio, a little interesting to me.
Any other Nikki Haley fans? Show of hands for Nikki Haley.
I like her.
Yeah. What about Rubio?
I mean,
from things I've heard.
Mm-hmm. What about, you guys brought DeSantis up earlier? What do you guys think of him?
I like him. I really do.
Yeah, I think
very strong.
Definitely grown in popularity through the COVID issue.
Not as brash as Trump is, but he's very strong. And if you notice that a lot of the Republican governors in the states, they did very well during the pandemic. The Democrats, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were in shutdowns longer and, you know, things like that. And they just, you know, they want to be tyrants over their states. These Democrats do. The Republicans want everybody to be free, you know, and that's what we want is freedom.
Yep.
Anybody else come to mind you'd like to see run?
Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas.
Mm-hmm. Any other Abbott fan? That is a good one. I don't hear that very much. What about, do you guys know who Tim Scott is?
Yes.
Any Tim Scott fans? Yeah. What about Pompeo? He was in the administration. Any fans? He wants to run also. What about Chris Christie?
Oh, no, not him.
Any Chris Christie fans?
A while back I was, not so much now.
And what made you out on Christie?
I'm sorry?
What made you used to like him, now you don't?
Well, I thought he was a pretty strong candidate years ago. I just don't think so much now. I don't know what's turned me off on him yet. But something has. It hadn't quite triggered yet. But you don't hear as much about him anymore as you used to hear about him when he was a governor in New Jersey, which I thought he was a pretty good governor.
I did too. I was good. Yeah,
And I would have voted for it back then, if he wanted to run. So, but then Trump came in, and I think Trump's a little stronger.
Mm-hmm. And same for you, Brandon. Liked him as a governor, but not sure.
Yeah, and I don't remember what it was.
But I do like governors to run because they balance budgets.
Let's see. Well, we have so many North Carolina people here. Is anybody in Madison Cawthorn's district? Show of hands. Anybody?
Yeah.
Do you guys show of hands if you don't know who he is? Madison Cawthorn. Okay. Does anybody like him? What do you guys think of him?
I think he's a good guy.
I think he's a pretty good guy. Just needs to leave his guns at home when he goes to talk with Sarah.
Well, I think they're trained to take care of there's some explanations behind that too.
I like the guy, but it seems like the press around here is trying to crucify him right now.
Mm-hmm.
He can't walk straight line right now.
Oh yeah. What are they saying about him in North Carolina?
Well, the primary things is gun. Oh, and then apparently had a gun previously in another state. But yeah.
And he's got some insider trading issues going on right now too.
Yeah, that came up. Yeah.
He had a speeding ticket in Cleveland County, North Carolina, as well recently that they plastered all over the front page. So they're not going to allow him to get too far ahead of anybody.
Did you see any photos that were released of him this last week? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, Yeah. Can you fill everybody in what they were?
The one photo I saw.
What? Good, Richard.
There's the one with the cryptocurrency and looking at whether or not, like Betsy said about the inside trading thing, about when he got certain things.
I was talking about a different photo. Betsy, do you know what I mean?
I saw the one right after the gun issue where he was back in Washington, going up in his wheelchair. That's the one I saw of him avoiding, questions from the press that was trying to chase him.
Did anybody see any photos of him this past week in women's lingerie?
The vacation photo or something like that?
No.
Yeah, WBT, the radio station here, was plastering that on Monday, talking about that. But I listened to the program for about an hour and a half, and most people said that's not enough to keep them from turning against him, that, he was just being goofy or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you guys, does that, kind of turn how you think about him? Or do you just think he said he was on a cruise, on vacation, like Richard said.
What was the photo of?
He was in ladies' lingerie.
Oh.
Well, I think he was playing 5 or something. He hasn't quite matured yet, maybe. I don't know. Or be boys. I don't know, because I didn't see it. And
it's not a good look.
I mean, it's not heard. Do you guys think Trump could win in 24?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think he could. Yes. I mean, but now I've also heard a friend of mine, we were talking about it, and he said, well, we had our Trump for 4 years. He did a great job. He said, I don't know that I would vote for him again. So I think there are people out there that agree he did a good job, but they're not so sure that he'd be right for 4 more years. I'm not saying I feel that way. I don't, but there are people out there, I believe, that would say that.
Did he say why? Is it because he thought he did a good job, but any idea why?
Well, I mean, on a personal note, the man could be a jerk. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, that gained people's respect as well. So no, he didn't specifically say why.
Right. But your impression is that maybe his personality turned people off too much, even though he did good things for the country.
Correct.
Okay. David found the photos. David, just drop them into the group chat, can you?
I haven't followed the link, but I got the link.
I piqued everybody's interest here. I think everybody will be Googling it before the end of the night. So I'm just curious too, not for president. I'm just thinking of, is there anybody else that maybe you wouldn't like for president, but they're leaders in the party and you like them and would like to see more of them, to have them take a stronger role? Does anybody come to mind?
I think some of the names that some of the folks have already thrown out for president would also make good, in other positions as well. So even if they don't make president, maybe we'd still get them in a leadership role.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think of Kevin McCarthy? Does anybody not know who Kevin McCarthy is?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know anything about him, but I know who he is.
California, in California.
Mm-hmm. He's the Republican leader, House Minority Leader. He's from California. What do you guys think about him? Any thoughts?
I think you're good.
Mm-hmm. What do you like about him?
I like his policies, and he stands up for the Republicans, and he's doing all that in a ridiculous Democratic state. He's not, scared to do that there.
Did anybody see anything about McCarthy in the news this week or hear anything about him? Show of hands.
Yes, I did, but I can't remember. Oh, I know what it is now. Yeah, those emails about the insurrection, January 6th or something. Not emails, I'm sorry, phone conversations.
Is anybody else, because it's jogging their memory, anybody else heard about this? If not,
I have.
You have. So there were some leaked tapes of him immediately following January 6th, saying that he was going to talk to President Trump about resigning. Does that change anybody's mind of how they think about McCarthy?
And to me, it wouldn't put him at the top of the list of Republicans. It would just put him up in the middle of the list. I think a little bit less of him for that.
So maybe you wouldn't want to see him in that leadership role he has now.
Correct.
Because they're saying he's really going to push for Speaker of the House. If the House turns red again, is that something you guys would like to see, or knowing this about him, you would maybe want somebody else?
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with any kind of Republican.
And I think in the end with him, he told that story, which I was on tape, I don't know. But then he did revert back and did have Trump's back. I will say that makes him different than Pence, who turned on him and kept running on him, running over him, I guess I should say. But yeah, that, I don't know if that was more than just change of mind, heart of what he should and shouldn't do. That's the way I took it.
That's an important update, note from Richard, that Trump, of course, was asked about it, and he said he forgives him, no hard feelings. So did that make anybody feel a little stronger about McCarthy?
Woman.
Did it not change anything?
I don't. Yeah,
it does to me, because I think if he was really out to hurt Trump and Trump knew it, Trump would not befriend him.
But yeah, Trump's not gonna bullshit you. He's gonna let you know where it's at and go on.
I'm going to go around quickly, and I'm curious your impressions of Mitch McConnell. I'll start with David. What do you think of McConnell?
It drives me nuts with his slow drawl. That alone just drives me bonkers. And I think he is too middle of the road, too established. He's not going to rock the boat. He's not going to go out on the limb. And he's going to, do what protects himself, just like a typical traditional Democrat or Republican, just a politician.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you say he's the establishment, what do you mean?
That you're always worried about your appearance. You're always worried about getting reelected. You always, you're in there for life. You're not in there, make your bones and change stuff. He's been in there for too long, and you kind of just get comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Aaron, what do you think about it?
Well, comfortable is a great word, David. I think he does feel comfortable. But my thoughts are that the few times I've actually heard him ask a direct question, he is a true politician because he really doesn't give you a definitive answer. He's he's a little wishy-washy. I mean, he'll answer the question. He just, it's not a concrete, this is what I truly think.
I think he's seen better days. I think he just needs to retire. Yeah, he's kind of like a Nancy Pelosi on the other side. I like him. I think he's fine, but he's old school. We need somebody like, who's the doctor?
Rand Paul.
Yes, in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see him.
No offense for Rand Paul fans. We didn't ask about Rand Paul. Sure, James, my quasi-libertarian, probably familiar with the polls. Brandon, what do you think of McConnell?
Same thing. Just an old politician that's seen better days, time to go.
Susan, any thoughts on McConnell?
Just the same thing that's already been said. He's just a politician.
Mm-hmm. Richard?
Yeah, not a fan. He's okay, but I think somebody described somebody as wishy-washy earlier. I think he's a little wishy-washy depending on which side of the fence he thinks things are going to land on.
Okay. And James, how about you?
Yeah, I would agree. I think he dropped the ball on some of Trump's ideas and pushed some things through that he could have got through when we had the opportunity. So he kind of lost my taste for him after that a little bit. So,
is there anybody in the party, in Congress, or just kind of in the national chatter that you think it's too extreme, too over the top?
I mean, I'd probably say Trump was the furthest out there, but I don't think that that's a bad thing. Because he's not afraid to be the furthest out there. Everybody else is more a little bit reserved because they need to continue to be a politician. And Trump's got enough money and enough whatever. He doesn't need to be a politician. He's doing this by choice.
Betsy brought up on the left has the squad. They're this like little contingent that breaks ranks with the party. So I was just curious if you think there's anybody that is kind of like that on the Republican side.
Oh yeah, we had already been talking about him. The one who ran in 2012. I'm sorry, my brain's yeah. There we go.
Okay, yeah. So Romney.
Yeah.
And what do you guys think? Liz Cheney. You guys know much about?
Oh yes. Another one.
Any fans?
No.
We talked about, of course, we've been talking about Trump, talked about Romney. I want to go back a little further in time here. What do you guys think of the Bushes? The Bush family.
Yeah.
Any other fans of the Bushes?
Yeah.
I think they're well respected. I think they're well respected in office. Mm-hmm. I think to this day, the Bush family is still pretty well respected.
Anybody not crazy about the Bush family? Okay. Let me
add. Mark Robinson also, in North Carolina.
Oh, sure. Who thinks that Joe Biden won the 2020 election? Nobody. Let me.
He won it. He lost it in North Carolina, though.
But do you think that there was fraud and it was stolen? Show of hands.
I'm gonna give it a mark.
Brandon, what do you think about it?
I don't know. I mean, it's such, you don't know what to believe, what's right, what's wrong on that whole side of it. So it's hard to, I mean, I say yes, it was stolen, but I don't know. I can't, I mean, with all the, let her go back and forth, who did this, who did that, especially on the political side, it's so hard to know what's right. I don't know.
Betsy, you gave me kind of a half on it. What do you think?
Well, I think there was some hanky-panky that went on. for sure. But was it enough to overturn? You know, that's a tough to be there. I don't like this mail-in ballot stuff. I think you should have voter ID when you go to the polls. You have to have voter ID and a birth certificate when you register to vote in North Carolina. So what's wrong with showing my ID and proving that I'm the person coming to vote? It's hard. It's hard to say. I think maybe some of us might be a little disappointed that Trump didn't get reelected. So maybe this is the reaction that we're having. It was stolen, but I don't think there's enough proof quite yet. And this administration is not willing to go back and investigate that. So it's kind of a done deal. So we have to move forward and hopefully prevent some of the election fraud.
So probably some fraud, definitely in the election, but not sure if there was enough to tip the scales. Does anybody else, is that kind of more how they think about it?
I agree. Yep.
That's how Aaron thinks about it.
I think you had a lot of ballots that showed up and a lot of double and triple and quadruple people voting to prove there was fraud. But and some of the rule changes at the end that people allowed that seemed a little underhanded. I think things got made to fit. Whether or not, like Betsy said, that would have been enough to change the outcome, I don't know. But it certainly was hanky-panky. I think they showed Atlanta where they had the boxes and stuff and they were concealing and not letting people in to observe the vote count
Under the table and everything.
Yeah, those boxes, it just seemingly didn't matter. So I don't know. I didn't like it. But I agree with Betsy. There needs to be a voter ID card. I mean, you gotta have ID to drive down the road. You gotta.
Well, it just makes it too easy when you have like early voting. You can go to any precinct you want to go to. If I had a dead neighbor, I can show up at one precinct, like the library, and then go to another one and pretend to be somebody else. I mean, all they ask you for is your name and your address. That's it. But now if you just voted on election day, you have to go to your precinct. But if you early vote, I can go from one precinct to another.
You said you saw some news where you had seen the ballot, and then David, you said you saw it too. Where did you guys see that? Do you remember?
Probably Fox News at the time, but I can't swear to that, but it was the news channels literally showing themselves in the arena at, I think it was Atlanta, the one I'm specifically talking about, and trying to get in, but they wouldn't let them in. And then they were late at times, and then they were doing the boxes, and then all of a sudden the boxes aren't there.
Yeah.
They sent employees home early and some stayed late after hours, and they blocked some of the windows so you couldn't see in.
Susan, how do you think about the election results?
I think there was some fraud going on, but how much of it can you prove? You can't prove any of it.
And James,
prove the ones where there's dead people voting. Those can be easy to prove.
Yeah.
James, go ahead. What do you think?
No, I think obviously there was some evidence that, we can obviously, I think, prove beyond a shadow of a doubt there was some stuff that went on that was very questionable. But also as a human, I can look and see the lack of excitement going into the voting time frame, and there was zero excitement on the person that won. And I was in a crowd with over 20,000 people in Gaston County, North Carolina, to watch a Trump rally. I mean, it's just human nature says this person, people are excited about this person. People are not excited about the other person who won. How did they make up a 6 million vote difference or whatever it was? I mean, there's just no way that really happens, is my opinion. But again, how do you prove it, and how do you? You can't at this point. You can't.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Trump's still talking about the 2020 election being stolen, and some states are still going through doing audits, counting everything. Do you think that's worthwhile at this point? Do you like to see that they're going back to do that? Or do you think it's time to move on?
Move on.
Water under the bridge.
Move on.
I'm taking a little bit of different states.
Yeah, well, let's hear it. James,
We're not going to pull Biden out and plug Trump into office if something comes up. But I do think if we could prove that there was fraud, that will push some voting laws to change. I say you must have voter ID, you must have XYZ to vote. That would be the outcome that I would put for if fraud is proven.
Yeah, I like that because that's a positive outcome out of it. Like you say, there's changes that need to be made so it doesn't happen again.
Right. That's a fantastic point, James. I mean, that would be a great outcome if they found something. But if they do stop looking for something, my question would be, how can we still get voter laws changed?
Right.
That is critical in this country. I think we've already proven that.
Did the way all of that went down in the aftermath of the election make you have more or less trust in our system?
For me, it was way, way less trust.
So
that's for sure.
So everybody here raised their hands on wanting to vote, in the primaries and the general, and everybody's going to get out there. So I guess I'm kind of curious if you have lost some trust in the system, where does your motivation come from to get out there and keep voting?
If you don't vote, you can't complain.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's like the lottery. You got to play to win. You have to get out there and vote. It's a right in this country. You don't just give that up. You still get out there and vote.
And the only way to make the change that's needed is to vote. And pray that a lot of people going with you.
Okay, well, we still have another hour to go. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you have it, an hour of unfiltered focus group conversation. I hope that was easy enough to follow. I know there's some questions where we're asking people to raise hands and you guys can't see it. It's hard to cover that on the podcast the same way. But I still think sometimes there's no substitute for just hearing in an unfiltered way how people think about these issues. It's the reason I love doing focus groups. We will be back next week, like I said, with the regular format. Thanks so much for bearing with the Bulwark staff as we all recover. And I'll look forward to seeing you guys again next week. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, fresh off my bout with COVID. And we got a really great episode today that I'm super excited about because we are talking about Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania primary is this Tuesday, and the stakes are super high. Republican Pat Toomey is retiring, and there is a wide open Senate race that could determine control of the Senate. And there's also a major governor's race. As you know, if you listen to this podcast, I talk about it all the time. I'm from Pennsylvania, the central part outside of Harrisburg, and so I've been watching this race really closely, but I'm not the only one. In fact, the entire country is watching this race. Pennsylvania has become the swing state with the most electoral votes now that Florida's gotten pretty red. It's also a bellwether for how other swing states are likely to vote. And so for this episode, we spoke to Pennsylvania voters across the political spectrum. We did our Trump voters, we did our Biden voters, and we did our Trump to Biden voters, which we affectionately refer to as flippers on this podcast. So not only is Pennsylvania near and dear to my heart, but it is also near and dear to the heart of my guest today, Holly Otterbein, who's the national political reporter at Politico, who's been covering the 2022 Senate races. And not only has she spent much of her career covering Pennsylvania politics, she is a Pennsylvania native as well. Hey, Holly, how you doing? Thanks for being here.
Hey, Sarah. It's a pleasure to be here.
Question, where are you from in Pennsylvania?
So I grew up in a small town called Shrewsbury, which is in southern York County, actually not far from where you grew up, it sounds like. 45 minutes away, I think, from Harrisburg. It's a pretty Trumpy place, kind of rural to suburban at this point. It's become more developed recently.
I do know where that is. So I actually grew up in Perry County in a town of 800 people called Millerstown, and then moved to the bustling metropolis of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, which is about half an hour outside of Harrisburg. So I think sounds like we grew up in somewhat similar places, but it is quite Trumpy. I loved watching the focus groups from Pennsylvania because I just feel like I know all of these people. So Holly, we got to talk about your story that came out this week that actually like 7 people have sent me. It's been in all my Slack channels. Are you out there reporting right now?
Yeah, so I actually still live in Pennsylvania. I'm in Philadelphia now, so a very different place than where I grew up. It's, as you know, a bright blue dot in the state. But I've been to, McCormick events. I've been to Oz events. I've been to Fetterman and Connor Lamb events. So yeah, I've been all around the state covering the campaign.
And so your piece is about Kathy Barnett, and she is one of the 5 Senate candidates. And it's interesting. I think the reason this piece is making the rounds is that sort of everybody has assumed in the Senate race, the GOP Senate, that there's kind of 2 big dogs. It's Dr. Oz and it's Dave McCormick. But now you've got Kathy, who I believe was polling next to last, and she's the pure MAGA candidate. She thinks that her election was stolen, Trump's election was stolen, but she is somehow sort of surging into a 3-way tie between Oz and McCormick. What's happening there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's kind of shocking Republicans in Pennsylvania because she has spent next to nothing on TV ads. She's been running this, bare bones operation that sort of is run on volunteers. And she has only spent, I think, $137,000 or so on TV ads. Meanwhile, Oz has spent $12 million or something. McCormick has spent like $11 million. Allies of theirs and other candidates have spent a combined $25 million on top of that. And she is somehow in a statistical tie in several polls, both public and private, with Oz and McCormick. Like, it makes no sense. So we started seeing this, like a week or 2 or 3 ago. And I asked around, and basically Republicans in the state have 2 theories as to why this is happening. One is that McCormick and Oz are beating the crap out of each other. Like, you're just inundated as a Pennsylvanian with ads about, how Oz is a rhino and McCormick is like a stooge for China. And so some Republican primary voters are looking for an alternative. And there's other candidates in the race, obviously. So why is she the alternative that seems to be benefiting here? It seems like part of it is that she is tied to a gubernatorial candidate in Pennsylvania named Doug Mastriano. He is far-right guy who was at January 6th. He says he left before the riot started, but he was there. He's been subpoenaed by the congressional committee investigating it. He's sort of like, a hero among the folks, that believe the election was stolen. And so he's endorsed Kathy Barnett. Kathy Barnett has endorsed him. They've campaigned together. And so a lot of Republicans in the state think that, she is sort of surging in large part because of her ties to him. And he's in first place in the governor's primary.
It's pretty interesting because Mastriano and Barnett are not quite dissimilar. They're both kind of big stop the steal types, maybe a little conspiratorial. But for whatever reason, he's really broken through in the governor's side of things. And it does seem to be like pulling her up. And it's interesting that he's actively endorsed her. Did candidates used to do this? Like, while in their primaries, like endorse each other? Or is this like a post-Trump thing where because Trump endorses everybody has started endorsing each other? Like, why is that?
Yeah, it's totally weird, right? I mean, usually candidates don't want to endorse each other because they don't want to piss off other supporters of those other candidates, right, that are running against their pick or whatever. So usually candidates don't do this, but Mastriano has waded in. It's not entirely clear why, other than that they're ideological allies.
I like that you used ideological. That's a very nice way to describe these 2 candidates. So we've been watching these races closely for a while, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised about Barnett, but Mastriano I'm not surprised by. And one of the things that I have seen sort of taking shape that I think people are starting to see now as these primaries happen is that the candidates that are going to emerge on the Republican side in the 2022 primaries are extremely Trumpy. And Mastriano is one of the Trumpiest. Why do you think he's been such a dominant figure in this governor's race? Because he seems like somebody that Shapiro could beat, the likely Democratic nominee, in a general election.
Well, and Shapiro seems to think that he could beat him too, because he released an ad that was basically an ad for Doug Mastriano. I mean, except for the very last sentence in the ad, which says something like, do we want a state with a Trumper candidate, essentially something like that. It talks about how he's pro-life. It talks about, how he's fought the 2020 election, all these things that Republican primary voters like. So Democrats definitely seem to think that Mastriano is the easiest candidate to beat in the general election. I think that part of Mastriano's success is the fact that it's a multi-candidate field. You've got a ridiculous amount of people running in this race, lots of different folks that have money or ties to different constituency groups. And so Mastriano has this solid base of 20, 25, 30% of the electorate. And he's just able to be dominant with that plurality because there's so many people in the field. And he also is not spending that much of any money at all on TV, which also makes this all the more remarkable. I mean, the best TV ad up there for him is Shapiro's right now. It's totally crazy.
The ads come up a lot in the groups. McCormick and Oz are the ones that people have seen. Oz began flooding it with money early, and McCormick is also, a hedge fund guy, so he's put in a ton of his own money. Do you think that as they've nuking each other, and you hear it in the focus groups, people they see these ads all the time and they're super annoyed about it. Do you think that wearing thin with these Republican primary voters, do you think Barnett's really got a chance?
One Republican that I talked to said that, voting for Barnett is partly voting for her because she doesn't have any money, because she's not on TV. After seeing these candidates nuke each other and just sort of being so sick of these ads, she's an anti-establishment vote and she's not annoying you with these commercials. Do I think that she has a chance? It just defies political logic, doesn't it? She hasn't spent any money. How is this happening? I still think that Oz probably has the edge because he has the ads, he has the money, and he has Trump's endorsement. But I will tell you, a number of Republicans in the state who weren't taking Barnett seriously at all a couple weeks ago are now saying it's quite possible that she could come in second. And hey, maybe there's a shot that she could actually win it. It seems far-fetched, but the conversation is maybe she'll be in second place and McCormick will place behind her.
It's funny, having spent so much time with my head in the Ohio race, where this was exactly the play Dolan was running. And he was the post-Trump candidate, the one who was not seeking Trump's endorsement. But his whole idea was Vance and Mandel were going to nuke each other and he could emerge from the field. Unfortunately, I think there are only so many suburban voters, and it wasn't enough for him to get out of third place, ultimately. Whereas for Barnett, there are a lot of base MAGA voters who think that the election was stolen. And so just the availability of a larger pool of voters could get it done for her. But you brought up Dr. Oz, and, you're right. He's got the name, he's got the endorsement, he's got the money. But it was interesting in the focus group, these Trump voters did not really like him. Let's listen.
I think he should stay on TV.
I think from obviously a medical standpoint, he's brilliant. From a political standpoint, I think he's putting on a front, quite honestly. I think he's trying to follow what he thinks Trump did, which is I've got a good TV show, I've got a lot of money, I've got friends everywhere you look. So I think he's thinking, well, if Trump did it, I can do it too. Mm-hmm. And then he got the endorsement of Trump. So he's like, well, if Trump thinks I can do it, then I really can do it. So for me, stick with what you're good at.
He's a very educated man. I think he has some great concepts. But when you're on Capitol Hill, it's a chess game, and you got to know how to play that game properly, or you're going to get eaten alive or used. I need someone with some experience with the times that we are in right now. I need people with experience and real hardcore factual numbers. This is what I can get done proof.
And Dr. Oz comes on and says, I won't work with Biden. It's well, then why would I vote for you? I'm sending you to Capitol Hill to work together, not fight with each other more. There's enough fighting as it is. So that to me is the biggest turnoff for Dr. Oz is you're already telling me ahead of time that you don't want to work with anybody. You don't want to work with the other party, which means nothing else gets done.
So you reported recently that despite Trump's endorsement, Oz is bumping up against some MAGA resistance, which I think is on display there. Polling released post-endorsement showed that he's statistically still tied with McCormick. So why hasn't he gotten the same bump that J.D. Vance got? Is it just because people already know who he is? But what do you think's going on there?
Yeah, we've been debating this in my newsroom because it is just like a stark difference between what happened in Ohio, where Trump endorsed Vance and he just like shot up in the polls and was suddenly like in first place and this huge contender, versus Oz, who like it gave him a bump in the polls, but it didn't erase, his biggest liabilities, which is this resistance from the MAGA base. And he's still kind of statistically tied with McCormick, it seems like, at least in the public polling. I think that a lot of this is because of Oz's supposed, deviation from issues that Republicans hold near and dear. He has been quoted as saying in the past things that are supportive of trans kids, for instance. He seemed to make some comments that were pro-choice, before he ran for Senate. He seemed to be in favor of some gun control. And like all of this is on tape, and all of it has been played by, McCormick and his allies in ads. And Republican voters have just been watching this. And it's come on top of, like you said, like this notoriety that was already there. Like people already know who Oz is. They might have seen him make some of these comments on his TV show, or like have, liberal figures on his TV show and like already have this opinion of him. And it's been a challenge for us since the beginning. I remember like shortly after he jumped into the race, there were these straw polls among folks in the Republican Party, the state Republican Party, and he was just doing disastrous in them. Like it wasn't just that he was like, second or third or something. He'd like finish like fourth and fifth. And I think in one of them, he got like 1 vote or something out of 100, if I remember correctly. So we've like seen from the very start of his campaign, like this problem for him. But then Trump endorsed him. So it's like a very great test of Trump's power, because here the MAGA base is like sort of conditioned against him. And then Trump says, actually, he's my guy. So I think Vance, it seemed like his main problem, and I didn't cover the race, super closely. I was mostly watching it like everybody else in the country. But it seems like his major issue was that he was seen as a never Trumper, which is different than not being seen as a true conservative on the issues. A Trump endorsement seems like it would more easily solve maybe the view that you're a never Trumper.
That is a great point. That the thing that they were hitting Vance on was all his 2016 comments about Trump. And like Trump basically takes that off the table for you. And the other thing that I think, that was a state that Kasich had won. There are a lot of voters in Ohio, Republican voters, who had changed their mind on Trump, who maybe said different things about him in 2016 than they're saying today. And so I just think there's more grace for it. And while J.D. Vance is kind of a celebrity, which I think we can all agree that Trump very much likes celebrities, that it's a quality he looks for in a candidate. You got Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz and J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was like a author. People kind of knew who he was, but I wouldn't say he doesn't have the kind of notoriety and name recognition that Dr. Oz does. One of the things that I have found interesting watching the debates, I was kind of impressed by Dr. Oz. The fact is, being on TV all these years has made him quite good at public speaking and quite effective. But it was interesting how they all call him Mehmet. And McCormick's been kind of straight going at him with this kind of dual loyalty deal. Do you think that's part of the issue for Oz or not?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I, too, have been impressed by his ability to just sort of be on the campaign trail and like be good at debates. He's a great communicator, and it seems like Fetterman is going to win on the Democratic side. I think it'll be a challenge because Fetterman is not always as articulate, at least on the debate stage so far, if he were to run against Dr. Oz, if he's the nominee. As for the question, about folks referring to him as Mehmet Oz and this dual citizenship thing, I think that it's fair to say that part of this is sort of a veiled attack on Oz's Muslim identity, right? Like, it's sort of unusual to repeatedly say a candidate's name. Usually that's like campaign no-no, like you don't want people to know your opponent's name. And to just like say it as often sort of seems like a dog whistle to me. I think it's a totally fair question as to whether that's part of what's going on here. I haven't talked to any voters who have acknowledged that that is an issue, but I have heard from Republicans in the race that they think that it might be a factor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it did not come up in the focus groups. It was more just like totally rolling their eyes at Dr. Oz and his whole what he's known for. And you heard it there in the groups, stick to what you know, go be a doctor, don't be a politician. And it's funny, actually, Trump had a rally, and listen to the response when he pitched Dr. Oz to the crowd.
My friend, Dr. Mehmet Oz, he's a great man. But first, we have to secure a massive victory for Dr. Oz in this primary. So get your friends, get your family.
I don't know. They don't sound that psyched to me.
That is brutal. Yeah.
Brutal.
I was watching it online, so I couldn't hear it that well, although I saw people tweeting about it. But geez, it's really striking, isn't it? It was interesting seeing like all of the national reporters at that rally because they were all interviewing, rally goers, obviously. And there was just a ton of press that streamed out afterwards, that basically said, I talked to, 20 Trump supporters and only one of them says they're voting for Oz. Like, clearly that was not the intention of the Oz campaign with this rally.
I think that's right. So going on to McCormick's, with this same rally, Trump, because he does this, right? Instead of spending his time praising Oz, he spent a lot of time bashing McCormick. He claims that he managed money for communist China, said that he was a candidate of special interest, globalist, Washington establishment. But I would say McCormick did sort of better than Oz in the focus groups, but even they were kind of mixed. Let's listen.
I've seen that, like, he was in the military, that he's very pro-gun. The big confusion that I have with him is he seems to be very Trump loyal. Like, is he just trying to pull in Trump voters? I don't really get why he's mentioning that when, you have Trump who endorsed Dr. Oz.
He's a alpha male driven personality, hard charger kind of guy. I don't really feel confident that his basis of understanding of what it's going to take to turn the tide is there. I think if he had more of a grassroots approach and more direct within the community, I would feel a little bit stronger toward him.
I believe he was a former Treasury Secretary for a brief time. So that combined with his military experience, he does have a lot of life experience, if you will. I believe he was a pretty big hedge fund guy. So he's got a lot of money. He knows what he's doing. Obviously, people that have a lot of money want to make more money, but they can't do it alone. And, you would hope that he would want to bring the party along with him, along with everybody else, in making an economic turnaround, if you will.
So if I was a pollster looking at these groups, I guess I would say that McCormick's negatives seem not as bad as Oz's do. Like, people have a more negative reaction, but I wouldn't say these people are positive about McCormick, right? There's just kind of a like, I don't know, he seems okay. I don't know that much about him. Well, as I have watched him, I think he wanted that Trump endorsement. I suspect, actually, because he probably wouldn't do like the full-throated, the election was stolen bit, the way that Oz was willing to do. I think that might have edged him out of contention. But, his wife, Dina Powell, was in the Trump administration. Hope Hicks is an advisor. I'm sure he would have liked it if Trump had stayed neutral, because he is being interesting. He talks about Trump a lot. He says he's like a Trump candidate. He wants to affiliate himself with Trump, and he is going hard at Oz, being pro-abortion and everything. But he's not breaking through either. What does he seem like on the trail? Do people like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're totally right. And the polls have shown, too, that his negatives are not as high as Oz's. But there doesn't seem to be a ton of excitement for him. And I think there's a perception among some voters that he's like, a word that I've heard about him is quote-unquote globalist, which is a loaded term, obviously, because he's this former hedge fund CEO, like, that did work with China, that he's not like truly a MAGA person. And yet he's, like you said, gone really hard after the MAGA vote, hired up all of these former Trump aides. A lot of his ads have referenced Trump and Trump supporters. And like, it's just kind of a muddled message, you know? One Republican that I was talking to said that he hasn't really stood out on any issue, that it's just sort of been a hodgepodge. And I think that that's maybe why you're seeing some Republicans decide like, hey, they want to fall in love. And so they're going for Kathy Barnett, who's like, you know, in their eyes, the real deal.
I mean, it's funny because she did not come up at all. I think one person mentioned her in the focus group. And yet you could just see how somebody could sneak through because they're incredibly ambivalent on the two front runners for sure. All right. Talking to Holly Otterbein about Pennsylvania. You brought up Fetterman, Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, and you made a prediction. You just dropped it right down, said Fetterman, you think he's going to win. What makes you say that?
I mean, every public and internal poll that I have seen has shown him way out ahead, and like he's gaining in these final weeks, perhaps because it's, you know, a rally around the front runner effect. He's just like ahead by like 20 points plus. I think that's just incredibly difficult to overcome, you know, barring some massive mistake by Fetterman, which, hey, it could happen. He, you know, is not the most disciplined candidate. He speaks his mind. You know, that's part of his appeal, is that he's sort of seen as this anti-politician. So, you know, perhaps something could happen in these final days of the race. But if that doesn't happen, like, I don't see it.
I'll just say, like, my centrist heart, my former moderate Republican self, who now is looking real hard at these moderate Dems. I was a big fan of Connor Lamb, really thought he had a chance to win this general election. Anybody who follows the Bulwark stuff that I do knows that early on, me and my secret podcast mate, Jonathan Last, we had a real disagreement where I was really saying that Lamb was the right guy to nominate. And JVL was like super pro Fetterman, said, no, Fetterman's got it. And I fought with him until I did my first focus group in Pennsylvania with Pennsylvania Democrats. And like nobody barely knew anything about Connor Lamb. And they all like loved Fetterman. And the way that they love him is they talk about him in a way that is different than I hear people sometimes, because they talk about his sheer physical size. Like what they like about him is like that he's big and he's brusque and he looks like maybe he could murder somebody with like his bare hands. Like the sheer physicality of him is something that they like. But let's listen to some of these Democrats talk about John Fetterman in the focus group.
I love him. I think he's awesome. I think he is a visual representation of Pennsylvania. I think he's great. He is. I mean, I think he has been setting himself up for a very public campaign like this. So I think that like his grit and roughness and, you know, only wearing shorts and not pants might deter some people that are looking for someone that looks more like a traditional politician, maybe some of those Republican voters. But I think the smaller working class steel towns in Western Pennsylvania, all the Pittsburgh suburbs, I think really will gravitate towards him.
But I really like from everything, like the ice cream and like him just being really much more open and much more gritty, and it's just much more refreshing. Maybe it's just like the Pittsburgh attitude, but like, yeah, like he's been very like open in like a very refreshing way.
He's like, you can't miss him. He's like insanely huge.
I think what's helpful is that he dresses like very schleppy. And the fact that he's from a small town, this is what I'm talking about as far as a unifying kind of force. But you have to dress and talk in ways that relate to both sides.
So when she says that he is the visual representation of Pennsylvania, I know exactly what she means. Were you like, yes, that sounds right?
Yes, I know what she means. Yeah. Schleppy is also a good adjective for him.
It is funny, you know, he's always like tweeting pictures of himself like getting dinner with his wife at Sheetz. Like there is something that is like the distilled vision. If Dr. Oz and McCormick don't seem Pennsylvania at all, largely because they're not, Fetterman does seem pretty pure Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you referenced this earlier, like part of Connor Lamb's problem is that he's just not that well known, right? And then he's up against this guy who has built this very easy to understand, easy to digest brand. Like you really only need to see like one photograph of him. He's like 6'8" or something. He's got tattoos running down like his arm. He always dresses in a hoodie and shorts. And like, you get it. You get the shtick, right? As soon as you see that. And Connor Lamb, he never ran statewide until this election. And he's a very successful House member in Western Pennsylvania, where he's very well known and well liked and has won these really competitive races against Republicans in very Trumpy area. But he's just not that well known outside of that area. And I think it was always going to be difficult for him to run against somebody who has such a distilled brand. And I think for Lamb and then also another candidate in the race, Malcolm Kenyatta, like their campaigns were sort of premised on Fetterman's lead in the polls in the beginning of the primary being just about name ID. And clearly you can hear in these focus groups that it's more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, I do so many focus groups, and I can count on one hand the number of candidates where people are actually enthusiastic about them, but they are enthusiastic about Fetterman, and that the fact that he had the statewide office has mattered. They know him. They seem to have like at least a sense of the positions that he holds. And one of the things that is interesting is just how impervious to the attacks on him. I thought he was pretty vulnerable for a couple of things. Like, let's listen to one of these ads from the Lamb Super PAC.
Connor Lamb's a former prosecutor and Marine. John Fetterman sought the Democratic Socialists' endorsement. Lamb stood up to Republicans to protect Social Security. Fetterman's been called a silver spoon socialist. Lamb won 3 tough races against Trump Republicans. Republicans think they could crush socialist Fetterman. With all that's at stake, Fetterman's a risk we can't afford. Penn Progress is responsible for the content of this ad.
So in the focus group, this moderator brought up the silver spoon socialist line, and everybody was like, I don't know what that means. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And like, nobody cared. He's like a Bernie endorsed, far too left for the Pennsylvania that I know. But this is one of those things where sometimes I still allow people to kind of be in these paradigms around moderate versus progressive, where, it's not that he's progressive that they like or don't like. They like that he's authentic. Like, they like that he's just a dude and that he's a big dude. But why do you think the attacks from Lamb, they're just like, none of this is landing?
So a couple things. I mean, that attack ad that you played, it actually had to be rewritten after the Fetterman campaign complained that the initial version said that he was a self-described Democratic socialist. And there's no evidence that Fetterman has ever called himself that. And so there was fact checkers that said it was wrong. And like, obviously, Fetterman threw up an ad referencing those fact checks. And so I think that hit at the credibility of that super PAC for one thing. It certainly didn't help matters for Lamb. And then I have a pet theory about like why some of these socialist attacks might not be landing. And to be honest with you, it's not based on much other than a hunch. But I think that it's hard to paint a guy that looks like John Fetterman as a socialist. He looks like a Trump voter. Like straight up. And like, didn't Joe Biden in the 2020 election say something like, do I look like a socialist? Right. It's like Fetterman doesn't even have to say that. That's always been, of course, the knock on him from both his Democratic and Republican critics, that he's too liberal for the state. And I don't think that it's impossible to make that case against him at all. He certainly has a number of positions that people can point to and say that that's the case. But I think it's just going to be a little bit harder to do that than people think because of his pure physicality. It's superficial, but I think it's a factor.
So the other thing that people thought Fetterman would be really vulnerable on, especially with progressives, was that back in 2013, there was this incident where he pursued a black man that he thought had been involved in a shooting and pointed a gun at him. This is when he was the mayor of a small town, and it turns out the guy was just jogging. I mean, Republicans are going to make this an issue for sure in the general. But when we asked Democrats about it, one of the things we told them was that the guy that he pointed the gun at has subsequently endorsed him. Like, he has earned that man's endorsement. He likes Fetterman. And when we told them that, here's what they said.
I hadn't heard that, but that's pretty cool.
It's worth a lot.
That's a one-up incident. It'd be one thing if Fetterman had a history of doing that.
So it doesn't seem like voters are going to hold him particularly accountable. It doesn't seem like this is the thing that's going to knock him out, right?
It's really fascinating. I think it's still a little bit hard to say what impact this is going to have, because no one has actually put money behind this attack. The Lamb Super PAC, for whatever reason, decided not to use this. There was a very, very, very small radio buy that brought this up, but that was it. So I do wonder, when the Republicans put money behind this, assuming that they will, what impact will it have? Will they be able to, discourage young voters, Black voters, progressive voters from turning out in the general election if they hear about it? We'll see. The other thing that's, going on as people are maybe discussing this issue is that Pennsylvania is seeing a boom in homicides, like, many places in the country and in some of our cities, and particularly in Philadelphia. And so I wonder how that will impact how people are thinking about it. Like, to be totally blunt, are some people actually going to like the idea of a vigilante? We'll see. I wouldn't put it past voters.
You took the words right out of my mouth, that I think that there is a chance that that helps him as much as hurts him. And actually, the thing that I thought was the most interesting was with the Trump to Biden voters, with our flippers, our swing voters. Listen to what they had to say about Fetterman.
He's one of the people that hits the streets and talks to the people, so he's really well respected in that regard. And his wife is another nationality. I can't recall what, but they do a lot in the local community, and he's very well liked by the people.
I see a lot of his ads, and there's something about him, the ads, that is effective. I mean, it's made me more curious about him. He seems
Is he
like
the big guy? The big guy?
Yeah.
I think it'd be a real tough sledding against that guy. I mean, I know a lot of people both sides of the aisle that like Fetterman. I don't think a Republican would stand a good chance against him.
So you said something earlier. There's a Dr. Oz Fetterman matchup that Dr. Oz is smooth. He is good on the stump. He is good on the stage. Fetterman bailed. He didn't even show up to the first debate. The subsequent ones, he's sort of grunts a lot. He's kind of monosyllabic. He talks just like he looks. He never smiles. He grimaces and through the whole thing. And yet the swing voters like him, and they think that other Republicans will like him. But what do you think it would be like, this matchup, whether it's McCormick or Oz or Barnett? How is Fetterman going to stack up there? I don't know. Can he ride through a general election on the fact that a lot of people just think he looks Pennsylvanian?
I guess we're about to find out. I mean, to his credit, I think his campaign is a little bit more than that, but definitely a big part of it is the physicality. Against McCormick, I can kind of see that campaign play out very clearly, right? I mean, Fetterman would run against McCormick as the embodiment of all the things that he's running against, right? He's the hedge fund guy. He's Mitt Romney redux. He's, hurting the working man. And here's Fetterman, who's pro-union. That's very easy to envision. I feel like that playbook has been written 1,000 times. Against Oz, it's hard for me to picture. And Democrats that I talk to, say the same thing, that running that campaign against him is just, it's not as clear cut. Because if Lamb were running against Oz, you could see maybe a normal guy versus weird, unusual candidate campaign, but Fetterman's a weird, unusual candidate too. So we'd have two sort of bizarro candidates running for Senate against each other. I do think that although Oz is definitely a smooth operator compared to Fetterman in the debates, maybe the debates don't matter. I mean, like you said, Fetterman has sort of grunted his way through all of these debates and hasn't even moved the needle in terms of polls. And I think Fetterman has actually moved up in the polls since then. And he definitely hasn't won those debates, right? His supporters would really, say that. And it doesn't seem to matter. So maybe that doesn't really factor in. Against Barnett, I have just started even thinking about Barnett as, a potential front runner. So that one is even harder to envision than against Oz.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, it's going to get more normal. It's going to continue to be crazy from here on out. So just to this question of, does Fetterman, because he's this wild card candidate, because people view him as authentic, which, by the way, is one of the number one things I hear people say about Trump, right? Doesn't seem like a normal politician, tells it like it is, all that stuff is all the things that people would say about Trump. Now they say it about Fetterman. And so when we asked the MAGA groups, we got people who didn't like him, but we had some people who did. So let's listen to the people who didn't like him first.
I don't like anything about the guy. I don't like his personality. I don't like his appearance. I don't like that he pulled a shotgun on an unarmed black male and held him at gunpoint, claimed to be the chief law enforcement officer of the town of Braddock, which is the most nonsensical thing I could ever hear anybody say. And this is the same guy who tattooed the names or dates of births of the homicide victims in Braddock. He's full of shit. I'm sorry for saying that. His ads say no town left behind. Well, look at Philadelphia. Over 500 murders last year. And where's the relief? There is none. He's not doing anything. If he did anything for the state, he would not have left Philadelphia behind. He's a hypocrite. He's a liar. I don't trust the guy at all.
I don't think you really fixed Braddock. I think you just kind of rubber stamped it. And I don't like that he's for the legalization of marijuana. Unless you need it for health benefits, I don't think recreational marijuana should be legal. You know, we see enough car accidents with people that get drunk and then decide to get behind the wheel of the car. Is it going to be my family that you kill or seriously injure? For me, that's the biggest turnoff.
He also sits on the board of pardons and parole. And if anybody follows him very closely, he is part and parcel to the release of several hundred convicts every year, some of whom do not deserve to be out of prison. So he is a very, very progressive, very liberal guy when it comes to law and order.
So this strikes me as probably the best line of attack on Fetterman. And you can already hear kind of people, ramping up for this, which is he's a big second chances kind of guy at a time when crime is absolutely going to be probably in the top 3 issues that people are voting on. Do you think this is where he's the most vulnerable?
Yeah, I think it's up there. I definitely do. This soft on crime attack. I profiled him last year and I hung out with him for a couple days. And, he was talking with an activist, who works on these issues of pardons. And he basically said something like, I'm trying to get out as many people as possible. He's talked about this in a way that I think can be, really used by the Republicans to attack him. And just, again, amid this sort of crime wave that we're seeing across the state, yeah, I think it is a liability.
I agree. Although, I got to tell you, though, something happened in the Trump voter focus groups that basically never happens, which is that there were a couple people who were open to voting for Fetterman. Let's listen.
Well, but he did go around and have all these town halls all over the state, which at least he heard both sides of the issue. I have to give him that. I did like his ads that he was running during the primary. I've seen some of those, but apparently they're not true from what I'm hearing. But I would consider them, but I would have to research it a little bit more.
Oh, I plan on voting for him. And, recreational marijuana, I mean, again, what's the issue? It's definitely not the same as alcohol. And I smoke, so I know I've been smoking for a long time. But yeah, I'm totally for that.
So the way that crime is going to hurt him, I got to tell you, I think the marijuana legalization thing is a winner. I'm actually surprised more Democrats don't do it. I think it's half of Republicans are for it, the legalization of marijuana. Majority of Dems are for it, vast majority. So I don't know. It seems like that is a place where he could pick up a bunch of people who are I don't know, I'm going to vote for the person that I think is cool or that I vibe with or, whatever. And I think that's Fetterman for them. What do you think?
I can maybe see it, the sort of young male Trump voter who smokes weed. Yeah, I can sort of envision it. And I agree with you. I am surprised, too, to not see more Democrats rally behind this issue. I think they're afraid, and, this will be a big test case of whether, it actually works in a statewide race in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, it is about as unusual thing as I've seen to have anybody in a Trump group say that they would vote for one of the Democratic nominees. It just doesn't happen. So I take that as a strong signal that Fetterman is outside the boxes and that people are going to give him an interesting look. So Listen, Holly, it's been great talking to you. I'm really excited for this race on Tuesday. Thank you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group. We are going to be back soon with more primaries. We got more coming up. We got North Carolina, we got Alabama, we got Georgia. And so we're going to talk through all of those. And go leave a comment. Tell us how you're feeling. And also let us know what you thought about last week when I was out for COVID and I just played the first hour of a focus group. Did you like that or not? Again, Holly, thanks for being here, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thanks so much. This is really fun.